Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Good morning to those of you on the West Coast. Let's get started here. Find our browser window. Get started with a little from Rivian. Let's see here. Yeah, that works. I'm going to pull this over here. Too much. Too much, too much. There we go. All right, so this one I didn't read. I saw the headline, I skimmed it. I was like, this is interesting. Though this wasn't the version of the article that I put in there. It was I came back the next time I saw it reported. It's like, you guys might want to talk about it. So RJ Scaringe, he's saying that the EV market is copying the Model Y too much, basically. I found it as a couple tweets. Let's see how did he put it? I emphasized that the lack of choice made the sub $50,000 EV market a primary reason for the perceived slowdown in EV sales. Yeah, if everything looks the same, so it's going to happen. But it's kind of what also happened in the ICE market as well. Everybody made a mid-size crossover utility vehicle. I have a tweet about that. Let me find it. We're gonna go with let's go with x.com/to custom. Them do a search on me. We saw it happen decades ago with the pickup truck. We're spinning. There we go. Yeah. So behold the Cybertruck, where radical form meets relentless function. And then I tagged a couple people, and let's take a look at the picture. So, at a glance, unless you were a auto enthusiast, you wouldn't necessarily know what was what. You could see that there are differences between them. You could tell they're not the same thing, but good luck figuring out who is who, right? So, that's the same thing that RJ is talking about, basically, in the mid-sized, under $50,000 EV market. But if you expand that out to the whole market, it's the same thing. We'll let somebody else do the research, and once the customer decides what they want, just keep doing that. It's the safe, easy way to make your money. Anders says, "Good evening. Good evening. Good to see you, Anders." And let's also check on the multi-stream because for some reason they can't be on one screen. What I'd like is I could like break it out and have the two run side by side. There's plenty of screen real estate. All right, so let's go back to what RJ was saying at the interview. Da, da, da. So that's the reason he feels that the progress in EVs seems to have slowed. And he's probably not wrong on that. It's just not a unique phenomenon, I would say. He acknowledges the strong presence of the 3 and the Y, noting that while they are highly compelling products, they face limited competition. And is this the one where he made his other announcement? According to Scaringe, there is latent demand for EVs with diverse form factors and branding. Yes. He pointed to the positive perception of Rivian's R2 model as evidence. Yes. And then does he make an announcement in this one, or is that later in the week? That's later in the week. But if I don't mention it, remind me to say what Rivian announced. Bill says we're talking about styling, shape. I couldn't agree more. Oh, yeah, that's what we were just talking about. But that is also something that automakers have been guilty for almost ever. I just said that too. Copying each other's trends and appearances. As for the functionality and tech, etc., every automaker on the planet should be doing as much as possible to copy Tesla's eventually. Yeah, yeah. Tesla's and Rivian's, those two are doing it right. Their contributions, as they are the most efficient, safest, and most profitable. I guess you could throw Lucid in there too if you want to talk about efficiency. The safest, most profitable EVs on the planet. Every segment they enter, they dominate, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. As even the polarizing Cybertruck is proving, a van is coming. We don't know that, but we hope that. Stable of next-gen vehicles is coming. The fact that it is basically only the noobs, Tesla and Rivian, that are actually stepping outside the box is indicative of the fact that legacy doesn't like change. Legacy people don't like change. Yeah, I mean not everybody, but like as a whole, people don't like change. Let's see. To be too different. They like incremental steps and not the kinds of strides that Tesla and Rivian are showing us. This is true, but that is what it will take to make the transition, and legacy isn't up to the task. I wouldn't say they're entirely out, but it's not likely to be them making this happen. All right, so let's move on to the next one. We've got a Rivian tweet. Starting out with Rivian strong today, aren't we? We've got spinning. Yes. So this was the news I was gonna mention next if I forgot. RJ confirms that the R3X is coming next before the R3. I mean, look at that. It is a mid-sized CUV, just like the R2 and the Model Y, but it doesn't look the same. And I think it's a good move to do the R3X before the R3, given that the R3 is kind of basically just a different version of the R2, kind of different form factor, whereas the R3 is something slightly different, more exciting, a little more sporty, a little more off-road feeling. It's a good move, especially when you look at the numbers. The numbers are much higher for the R3X than everything else. Alex wants to know when pre-orders. I want to make a bad decision. No details yet. Can my R3 reservation be used for R3X? I hope so. But that's exciting news because it will be nice to see these zipping around on the streets and on the trails. It'll be fun. What's next? Got another tweet. It is from Sawyer. What's he say? I obviously found this one on my phone because there's no preview. Same with the Rivian one. All right, good news. Global renewable energy generation is to outstrip coal power by next year. It's about time. Electrify all the things, but do it without burning fossils, please. Moving on. It's not spin. Spin, darn you, spin. There you go. Oh, I opened it twice. We'll close the global coal. And we'll close the second copy of this message, this post. Sorry, Apple CarPlay fans. Our Rivian CEO RJ Scaron says that integration is not going to happen. Oh well. Uh, I think that the Rivian and Tesla methods for doing this are the best so far. From what I've seen of the others that are removing their CarPlay integration, their Apple and Google phone situations, they weren't compelling with it, and they aren't compelling without it. Whereas these two, they do a good job. They bring the apps in natively. If you want, you can still use your Bluetooth. They've got beautiful large screens to watch your videos on when you're parked, and they just do a decent job of their first-party apps and their third-party apps, and keep it up. So next, think it's another Rivian tweet. Let's see. All right, let me go over to the multi-stream real quick, make sure we're not missing anything there. Still blank. Did Cave upload in the article? Oh, it's inside EVs. They might have had a certificate error. Let's see. It's got the name of the article in the title. That's just the straight URL. Okay, the title loaded now, so they're doing something with interacting with the servers. Says it's done though. That's very clearly a gray screen. Let's refresh it one more time before we move on. Don't like that. Let's go to their homepage and see if we can fix it. BMW i4 gets more range than ever. The 2025 i4 will go up to 318 miles on a charge, but not all versions will get a range boost. That will save us an article later in the show. Uh, Arzan, hello, nice to see you as well. NYC e-bike trade-in program seemingly has no catch, just saving lives. All right, that's cool. That was an interesting. I saw that in my feed. Hate touchscreens. See how this EV lets you add buttons? They kind of clip in underneath the screen, and it just becomes regular buttons. This one, I didn't watch the video, but I think I selected it for show. Let's try one more time to go back to directly to the article we want. That's Bing. Not at all what I picked. um, there we go. That'll save me from scrolling their homepage because this was earlier in the week. So here's why Rivian's partnerships with Ford and Mercedes-Benz fell apart. It had nothing to do with electric motors or batteries. And now with Volkswagen, Rivian reckons it has the winning ticket. So the gist of it is that Rivian builds their vehicles to a completely different architecture and paradigm. And this was incompatible with what Ford and Mercedes are doing. They are very much traditional suppliers, off the shelf. Everybody comes with their own firmware, and when it comes time to update the car, everybody has to give them new firmware, and it's just not very efficient for running a computer that is a car that is a computer that's a car, whatever. And they just didn't gel very well. The cool thing was, Rivian got to keep all the money that they did collect, and hopefully now that Volkswagen was coming to them for exactly what they, don't change anything about you. Can we get some of that? I think that was a good move, and we'll see how it plays out. They're just getting started. All right, let's see what is next. Oh, I love the title on this one. Tesla will change the world in 6 ways next year, says serial overpromiser Musk. And that kind of reads to me. I know that somebody got their knickers in a twist over that title, but to me, it reads the same way that Musk and the execs say, "Hey, we make the impossible late." So instead of it being impossible forever, you wanted this thing and it's late. Like, where's my flying car, Elon? It took too long. Oh, there it is. Tesla will change the world in 6 ways next year, says Musk. Let's see how they called it. Move that bar. There you go. In the quarterly conference call, they're looking at Tesla Semi will be on track for serial production beginning at the end of 2025, and we've got a render regarding this later in the show, unless we looked at it last week. Then you can look at last week's show. But make sure I did something right here. Sorry. I always scroll down and just leave it down. Tesla's affordable EV, which Tesla has backed down on, but reiterated yesterday that the more affordable models remain on track for the start of production in the first half of 2025. So this is not going to be your Model Next, as the Tesla Life like to call it. And it's not going to be the Model 2, as everyone but Elon likes to call it. And it's going to be something else. And Elon called it more affordable models, or the other executive. So I suspect this is just going to be further cost enhancements to probably the Model 3 and the Model Y. All right, so next, the next-gen Roadster, a high-performing electric hypercar, first unveiled in 2017. Musk said it would be in production next year, sometime. He said that the engineering is almost done, almost complete, or nearly complete, or practically complete, or something to the effect of saying it's not actually done, but he thinks it's done enough. Let's see, unsupervised full self-driving, the promised version of FSD which will allow the car to drive itself without input from a driver. Musk said would be shocked if we cannot do it next year. Don't hold your breath. Apparently this new one is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but it's only available in cars with hardware 4, so unless you have one of the newest Teslas, you don't know what it's like. Beyond not having one of the newest Teslas, I've got one of the older Teslas, even than that, so it might be a while before I see it. So I can tell you my opinion. And as you guys know, I've told you some of them are good, some of them are really good. But I don't know that I've ever told you, oh my goodness, it's I don't have to worry about paying attention to it, or any of the other cheerleader type responses or reviews to it. Extrapolating from that answer, Robotaxi, Tesla's future purely autonomous vehicle, will be unveiled in October, which is now going to be 10/10 instead of 8/8. So instead of the 8th of August, it's going to be the 10th of October. Called it. All right, so then he says the Optimus robot will be in production and in use in the Tesla factories. Version 2 will go into production towards the end of next year. And he says that it's already in use doing simple tasks right now at Giga Texas. All right, so we'll see what happens. Moving on. This is a large Toyota recall. It has nothing to do with EVs, except for the fact that this is just a footnote, if announced at all anywhere, compared to a handful of Cybertrucks getting a rivet in the accelerator pedal, or something like that. So Toyota is replacing 102,000 Tundra and Lexus LX engines after a recall. A replacement engine, free of charge, of course, is the only solution for the recall that affects 2022 and 2023 Tundra pickups and LX SUVs. Now, I didn't read it on purpose because I was curious how I'd react, so we can react together. Toyota and Lexus will replace roughly 100,000 engines in Toyota Tundra trucks and LX SUVs built for 2023, 2022. Replacement engines will resolve a May recall caused by machining debris that was left in the engine during the manufacturing process. So if the only way to fix it is a new engine, that tells me that the machining debris isn't something that will come out in an oil or coolant change. Or it was bad enough that damage is done already, and so they had to replace them all now. It's not like where Tesla was replacing the rear drive units on the old Model S's, where it was just faster to replace the whole thing than to fix the 50-cent shim. There's a lot of connections to the engine block, and there's no way that swapping it out is the fastest answer and the cheapest answer like that. So something is serious. Let's see if they tell us. The affected engines will be replaced free of charge. As of May 2024, Toyota was aware of 824 engine warranty claims that appeared to be related to the issue. Toyota and Lexus are biting the bullet and replacing roughly 100,000 engines for owners of certain Tundra pickups and LX SUVs from the 2022 and 2023 model years. The replacement engines are necessary due to a recall issued in May. Let's open this up because they so far haven't told us what's up. Machining debris. And the company had not figured out at the time of the recall. An updated statement from Toyota on the 25th of July confirmed that Toyota's solution is a simple one. Replace the whole dang thing. The full recall population includes 102,092 vehicles, 98,568 Tundras, and 3,524 LX600s. It only went into effect for purely gas-powered models, meaning the Tundra and LX models with the hybrid are unaffected. All right, then. The only thing that I can think of there is that the Japanese have this thing where the hybrid cars and trucks will come from Japan. And obviously that plant didn't have the same issue as the one that made the rest of them. In fact, I made sure that both of my Civic hybrids came from Japan because they were just better built than the American ones. Sorry. Actually, I say both. All three of my Civic hybrids. The second one fell into the drink. I was tracking it on the dealer tracker because I worked as a dealer at the time, and it was making progress, and then it disappeared. I asked them what happened. They said, "Yeah, it didn't make it off the boat." Oh, okay then. So then I ordered a new. Oh man, this is a couple years now. Tomorrow, I ordered a new one from a dealer that had it, and had it delivered to my store because I had to work for the last weekend of the month, and I had a customer at the time, and the old guy comes with the car and the paperwork to me, and he knows that when somebody sells a car, don't interrupt. So I was working with my customer who was also buying a car, working on their paperwork, and then as they get into the finance office to close up the deal, the old man comes over with the paperwork for me. I sign my paperwork for my car, and he's able to go about his business. And so I had my new Civic Hybrid to replace the one that fell in the drink. The only thing different about it was the exterior color. I wanted the blue exterior and the blue interior. Instead, I got the white exterior and the blue interior with the navigation system because my last one was blue on blue and I liked it. And the management at my store was pissed because it's like, hey, you bought a car on your birthday from somebody else that wasn't us, and you were selling a car. I'm like, look, I was selling a car. I couldn't just go and deal with it, and you didn't give me a day off, and you didn't reorder my car when it disappeared. That's kind of a you problem, not me. And oh, it was such a weird situation. And then I had my guys in detail clean my car next to the customer car. We both picked up our cars together, and I showed them how theirs worked. I put mine back in my parking spot, and oh man, that was a day. That was the one that had me actually test driving the Nissan Leaf because not too long after that, I ended up taking it off for somewhere else, and they had a Nissan store and a Chevrolet store. The Leaf could make it to and from my destination new barely in the wintertime. And rather than risk that, I said, all right, let's get something else. I'm going to get the first Chevy Volt. Turns out it was a good idea because the Leaf had the battery degradation issues, and I dodged that bullet. Not that the Leaf is a bad car, it just would not have worked for me as the battery continued to lose range. It's just a fact. All right, so yeah. All right, let's close this. Potential engine failure. It's the same number. They didn't have a fix back in May. Machining debris left in the engine during the manufacturing process, which can cause crankshaft main bearing failure. There we go. That's why. So it's too big to get filtered out with the oil filter, and it's not a matter of coolant. But once you destroy the main bearings, you got yourself a problem. The main bearings on the crankshaft, and yeah, at that point it would be faster to just replace it with one that's already out of the crate, ready to go, fill it with oil and coolant, call it a day after bleeding it, versus taking apart 100,000 engines, replacing crankshafts, uh, the crankshafts and the crank bearings, and putting it all back together. Yeah, so this is very much like the Model S uh, rear motor situation, but way more complicated. A whole lot more vehicles. All right, continuing on. Have you wanted to test drive a Cybertruck but don't want to spend a couple $100 to rent one on Turo? Well, Tesla is going to offer some folks a test drive experience. They will send you an invite. I don't know if I got one or not. I forgot to check my email after I saw this note, and then I didn't get deep enough in the email to see if I was one or not. But I did check. But what's going to happen here is you'll go on your appointment to the Tesla location, store, gallery, random parking lot, and there'll be a Tesla employee riding Copilot with you, and they will allow you to go on your test drive on the Cybertruck. It's a little different from most Tesla test drives because typically they have not gone on the trip with you. Not never, but I'd say of the probably 20 Tesla test drives I've taken, both before and after I was an owner, they here's the keys. Have fun. We'll see you when you get back. And a couple of times, like the very first one I drove was on a test drive tour where they brought the vehicles around, and so four of us would sit in the car, and then we'd rotate through, and that was fun. But that wasn't the store experience. So the store experience, I think I've had 2 reps go on the test drives with us ever. So out of 20, 18 of them were just freewheeling it. So that's why I say it's different than the typical experience, or at least my typical experience. All right, so next, well, I guess I should say check your emails if that was something you wanted to do. Next, we've got a crash, I think, or police. One or the other. Crash or police. Let's see. It doesn't load this slowly, except when I'm streaming. So the South Pasadena Police Department on Teslas, they say Tesla was not only a viable option, but it's also the best option. We've got a much better performing car that costs significantly less to maintain. Our administrative fleet in the first year had absolutely no maintenance. So, no tune-ups, no fluid changes, no tire changes, tire rotations. Didn't catch a nail in a tire. I guess that might not be considered maintenance, but no preventative maintenance is at least what he's implying right here. Let's see if we can watch the video. I don't know if my sound is piped in yet or not, and I also don't know if they used music, so let's see. They used music, so we're going to hit mute, and then we're going to play. Hopefully it's captioned. It's not. So let's go to their X page and see. Oh, actually, I don't have to go to their page and find it. He's got it right here. Stay tuned tomorrow. There's a birthday present. Although I was hoping that they had more stuff on there. How to get a ride without having to be arrested. I was hoping they'd have more information in their thread, but I guess that might be coming tomorrow. Oh, well, Tesla Space has a article in their newsletter about Tesla police fleet management. That's pretty cool. I am following them, right? I watch them all the time. Yep. Moving on. Allegedly. I wouldn't know because I don't have it. Salty, salty. Um, Smart Summon is allegedly coming. Like, actually, Smart Summon. It's coming next month in FSD version 12.5.x. This was on the 24th, and Musk is saying stuff again. Elon aspirational time. I like that. Eat. Good job, James. August 1st. I wouldn't hold your breath. Uh, so what's happening here is Elon told us we'd get the new version of Smart Summon with FSD version 12.5. However, those of you lucky dogs with the Hardware 4, or as they're now calling AI 4, because the next version of the hardware has been renamed to AI 5. So anyway, those of you with the AI 4 chip will have noticed that your Smart Summon hadn't changed at all. So it seems that whenever they finally get it working on Hardware 3, that it'll probably also come with truly Smart Summon. TSS. Alright, so lots of hard work and many nights went into the making of FSD 12.5 from across the team. Many ideas were simplified and reworked from first principles. Hope everyone has a chance to try it out. It's a release that we're proud of. I look forward to trying it. I wish we could know if 12.5 will have BANS and ASS. And that was Elon's response. So 2 weeks? Yeah, pretty much 2 weeks. And then John's asking when the first Cybertrucks will get 12.5. And probably next before the Hardware 3 cars because they have AI 4. And other than their geometry, that should work versus whatever they're doing to get 12.5 to work on Hardware 3. Every time someone asks, they kick it forward by 1 day, it seems. Great. It'll never happen. Uh, right there it is again. My stuff is going to summon? Your truck can't even auto steer. I literally run around on foot just to see my truck driving because it's that dope. Last missing FSD feature is incoming next month. I wouldn't say that, but the most near-term anticipated version of it, I'd say that. And you suspect it'll be illegal for humans to drive their vehicles. That'll happen eventually. Or just have severe licensing or insurances. Speaking of insurances, remind me at the end of the show, tell you about what's going on with the HV Nomads project. Not that the vehicle doesn't have insurance, but they make everything fun. My connection isn't private. Ars Technica uses the same sort of situation as... No, they don't, because theirs says I can continue. Motor Authority Network and Inside EVs don't do that. So let's do this. Let's tell it I don't want a secure page so that my computer doesn't get confused with anything. Mm. That was a Volkswagen thing. All right, I'm gonna do it, but I'm not gonna tell them anything. I don't have time to mess with it. We did. Me and another commenter did manage to tell them about their issue. They obviously either haven't seen it or haven't fixed it yet. Capacitive controls could be the cause of a spate of ID4 crashes. Allegedly. Possibly. Unlike buttons, capacitive controls require just the slightest touch to activate. A couple reasons why that we bring this up here. One is that the ID4 is an EV. Two is that our favorite EVs to talk about are now all using capacitive touch wheels, so it makes it a little more relevant. Because I'm not signed in, my dark mode is missing. But because we were just warned not to sign... Well, now it's... I wonder if that's because I clicked the continue anyway. Let's see. Yeah, that might be it. I'll check it later. So basically, is this a study? Or just somebody alleging it? Capacitive buttons require only the lightest of touches to register. Oh, so what was happening here is supposedly the capacitive cruise control resume button is allowing people to crash. They're turning the wheel, brushing the resume, and then the car goes. Now, obviously, this will only work in the range where cruise control resume functions. Some people may not be aware that cruise control resume on any well-designed vehicle does not resume below a speed like 8 or 15 or 25 miles an hour, or the equivalent metric. Some poorly designed cars might still allow you to just hit resume and they just kick off from wherever. And I say poorly designed cars, meaning like dumb cars. Like, because, for example, Tesla and Rivian, I believe, also does it, lets you do a resume from zero, but they've got a really, really comprehensive ADAS. So uh, the car will look at context before it tries to resume from zero in the wrong place. Plus, the way that they do it isn't a capacitive brush. But anyway, so these folks will say you're in a roundabout traffic circle, you're doing your thing, you accidentally hit the resume button, and then you're off into the outer ring, or crashing into somebody. For example, capacitive buttons are sometimes put on the spokes of multifunction wheels, as in the image above. In some maneuvers, parking for example, it's possible to brush either one of the panel buttons with the palm. It is true in parking, but if the car can resume cruising while parking forward, then you're either speeding through parking lots, or they have probably failed some sort of, in our case would be FMVSS, but some sort of local vehicle safety regulation. Because they didn't all decide on was it whatever it was 15 or 25 miles an hour together. That was obviously imposed upon them. So if this spoke on the right side, an accidental touch will mess with just the audio system, which is annoying, but perhaps a bit distracting. Or, in my case, and many of the Teslas, not all of them, turn off your air, which is also ugh. But mine isn't capacitive touch in any way. It's all physical buttons and wheels. So, I don't know if this is another unintended acceleration case where the driver did something else, because if resuming does allow cruise control to go back to the last speed, that means that you're not reversing. That's fine, but it does mean that you were going faster than you really should be in a parking lot. And if you remember, I used to call the ID4 the Camry of EVs before the PZ4X came out, and it doesn't have blistering acceleration. It's not slow, but it's not anywhere near the top of the chart on fast EVs. So you should be able to take over if you accidentally hit the wheel while parking. If you were parking at moderate speed, for instance. But let's look a little further. Many of the incidents occurred when drivers were parking, so racing through parking lots. So most of the crashes happened at relatively low speeds, but 3 of the 13 NHTSA crash reports ours reviewed involved injuries to the occupants. in at least, so now that I know that it's not over in Europe and it's over here, I definitely believe these people were speed racing through the parking lots. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that the function to inhibit cruise control below a certain speed isn't broken. The VW has had software issues in the past. In at least one case that ours knows of, the car's black box did not register a crash, and the airbags did not deploy, presumably due to the lower speeds involved. The ID4 sustained several thousands of dollars of damage to the battery pack. Ooh, ouch. So it's not like, let's just put a new fender on it. Yikes, that's expensive. In addition to the reporting, reporting the incidents to NHTSA, ID4 owners have been sharing information online, but as is often true in cases of unintended acceleration, they've been greeted with as much skepticism as sympathy. As they should. Sorry this happened to you. Were you sure you knew where your feet were? It's not a blame the victim situation, but there have been so few legitimate cases of unintended acceleration in history. In addition to reporting the incidents, we reached out to VW to ask if it was aware of the problem, and if so, whether fixes in the works. The company told ours we're aware of a small number of complaints. Time for a new wheel. However, shortly before the first ID4 unintended acceleration event was reported, VW had publicly repudiated the capacitive multifunction wheel. In October of 2022, the head of VW passenger cars, Thomas Schaffer, announced that due to overwhelming customer feedback, we are bringing back the push-button steering wheel. That's what customers want from VW, he wrote. So ours is suggesting that perhaps VW knew something was wrong and wanted to get out ahead of it because customers wanted it. Do we want to see what's up with these comments? Let's take a look. We're spinning. There we go. It's like the car manufacturers fired all their human factors teams and hired Silicon Valley UX UI people. UX UI people without their human factors team, because they also would have found this as well. Every car with cruise control I've ever driven refused to activate unless it was traveling at least 30 kilometers an hour. How fast were these people parking? Yes! So that's exactly what I found as well. It has to be 30 kilometers, or in my case, 15, 25 miles an hour. So this must be a rig. And the fact that it's happening in the US tells me that this is legitimately possible. These people are just zooming their way through. Baby what? Vapor? Vapor. Burr. Oh, bear? Bear. The bears are multivitamins. You had a bear today. You have another bear tomorrow. All right. So you can play with the toys back there. so yes, exactly. How fast were these people parking? This guy hates capacitive buttons in cars, so VW was right to replace real buttons and switches and knobs, please. I don't mind them, but what was the option on the Chevy Volt Gen 1, the wrong one? It was all capacitive touch, and there was very little cues as to where to put your fingers, and that was terrible. It looked cool. It was easy to clean, but it was not the way to go. This was the first thing I thought of. Do they allow crews to engage at lower speeds? That's odd. I feel like I've seen this story before. Something about the Power Mac G4 Cube with its capacitive power button comes to mind. Perhaps feel was the wrong word to use in this case. Identification. It's not just for your software anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. All right, we just got a text post from Inside EVs. car companies know when you speed, then they sell that data. We'll look at this next. Let's copy this link. Yeah, nah, that's silly. Having basic media controls, cruise control, and the like makes enormous ergonomic sense and keeps the driver's eyes on the road. I mean, you can still put them on the steering wheel, but if they're like tactically different and also a physical button or wheel or knob or switch or twisty or whatever, you can have both. Capacitive buttons also big FU to anyone living in the cold climate region. I guess some VW engineers never drove with gloves. Or all their gloves have the silver threads in the fingertips. Also, anybody in a rainy climate, they might not be so good with either. Then you got wet fingertips. And forget if you wear gloves while you drive. Whenever I see obvious design fails like this, I wonder, do people actually use their own products? And that's something that the old VW CEO reminded them they need to do. You not just need to drive the competitor cars, you need to drive your own cars, but not just getting one gassed up from the fleet and driving it and then bring it back and dropping it off the fleet. You need to go through what you did. Okay, let me film on me for you. Anyway, so wait here, baby. Wait here. Wait here. Mommy, I can't. She had an accident. Uh, all right, so nobody is digging further into why this thing even. How does the man drive the snowplow drive the snowplow? Um, Nobody else is talking about the cruise control situation. So let's look at this new thing from Inside EVs. All right, so like I said, I just saw the notification on this one. I haven't read it, but it seemed like something worth talking about. Car companies know when you speed, then they sell that data. Now, 2 U.S. senators are urging the federal government to intervene. Will you ever have true privacy in the connected car era? And the answer so far is no. Um, Ford was talking about all the stuff they know about why. Oh, sorry, not Ford actually. Mr. Levine. No, not Levine. Farley. Why Mr. Levine? Jim Farley was talking about how all the stuff they know about how their EV owners and hybrid owners use their cars, when they plug them in, how they charge them, all this and that, and how they're using it to make a better car. He didn't say that they were selling it. Doesn't mean that they're not selling it. Be careful, baby. Because if you fall, you're going to hurt yourself. Why are you going to fall? Because it's not made for standing on. It's a kid's table toy. She just like all the other kids, she'll ask why, but her whys seem very pointed and intelligent and like, oh, ouch. Very intelligent questions. I like it. All right, so continuing on. Flagrant abuse of their customers' privacy. Say the cars of tomorrow's will be like smartphones on wheels. Yeah. The cars of today are like that. Even the ones without fancy screens and such. Even if you didn't pay for the data package. That also means the cars are as adept at collecting your personal data as any of your favorite gadgets. And this goes back to what Rossman was talking about, where the Nissan had the disclaimer that um, that they knew about your sexual proclivities, and everybody focused on that being weird, that the car would know that, and then eventually they came around to, well, maybe you told them somehow and they had to disclaim themselves. But then it goes back to the cars with cameras on the inside, like Tesla and Ford and Rivian, and that's a much more real chance that they could just observe what your proclivities are. So yeah, this will be something to contend with as we navigate technology and privacy invasion or data collection or big data, whatever, whatever you want to call it. All right, this one is about one of our favorite little tricks that we've been using for. Oh man, it's in the wrong window. We've been using for years on the cars, and Inside EVs wrote about it months ago, and then Tesla replied to the um to the post about the article several months after the fact. So back in May of the 7th of May, Inside EV said yes, you can put a wet towel on a supercharger handle to get faster charging speeds. Literally true. Literally true. Despite what Tesla says next, uh, placing a wet cloth on a supercharger cable handle does not increase charging rates. Lie. It totally does. However, the rest of what they say is potentially 100% true. It interferes with the temperature monitors, creating a risk of overheating or damage. Please refrain from doing this so our systems can run correctly, and that true charging issues can be detected in our systems or by our systems. Brandon says it absolutely does increase the charging rates, though I don't recommend it. So the supercharger handle cables are built to a was it IP57 or IP67, which is a dust and waterproofing standard and level. But what seems to actually be the issue here is, especially since the systems this most affects are the V2s, it seems the temperature sensors are only in the handle and not elsewhere in the cable or very much of any of the way going back. So let's see if the guy. No, I did not save that tweet. There's a guy who explained it elegantly, and basically it messes with their data collection, so that they can tell by the way that the system performs. They can tell whether the cables are about to fail or need replacement in any way by watching how the temperature changes while they plug in and charge. And if you change that, then you've messed up their data. Uh, yes, they can get rained on. They didn't say anything about squirting water bottle on it, but it's the same thing as putting the towel on it, really. You're physically cooling down the connector, but not necessarily anything else in the chain. And that's what they're concerned with. Uh, Now we know. Thanks for the insight. You guys know better than to promote a charging behavior. Oh, don't blame Inside EVs, Eli. Let's see what people said to him. Marco says, hey now, this was published 2 months ago. What was Marco's? Unofficially the best news feed for supercharger updates in North America. Eli claims they shouldn't have published it ever. Why not? It's commonly used trick, which had been proven to be effective. Tesla telling people not to do it doesn't change that. That it had an effect, but not. They're saying don't do it because it's actually bad for the charging network, regardless of if it works. Oh, how was anybody supposed to know that? Uh, it worked. Clickbaiters. I had no clue this was a thing until these clowns promoted it. I knew it months before, but of course I am Mr. Supercharger.com. You're in a minority here. It's incredibly popular on TikTok, YouTube, and on here as well. I'm shocked this was news to you. If Tesla wants to protect its equipment rather than the car, though, if that's the case, then why do they do thermal management? Won't that cause bad things too, aka preconditioning and other things? The car is already protecting itself. It has temperature sensors inside the socket and elsewhere in the chain, and it's got the thermal management. But what they're saying here is that apparently the supercharger itself is more easily fooled. Other people said, well, perhaps not making the cables black and then having them unshielded in the sun would help. Yes, that would definitely help. Because sometimes it isn't actually hot and it's just been blasted with solar radiation. But that's not what we're discussing here. Charging rates sounds like the cost occurred. Oh, K10 is saying to change the way you describe it. Charging rates sounds like what they're charging you. Charging speed was what people were attempting to manipulate. No one wants an increase in charging rates. Monetary. Ambiguity, my ancient enemy, but also my closest friend. English language is famous penchant for it, always causing chaos and confusion. But where would us pun lovers be without it? Kyle says, in V2, in about 2.5 minutes from the start of my charging session, this V3 supercharger started to derate due to handle temperature, dipping to under 200 kilowatts before the 25% with 17 kilowatt hours delivered. So this one, what's new about the Inside EVs article on it was they found through Kyle that it did have an effect on the Cybertruck on a V3 system. The V3 is, because they are liquid cooled, hadn't made a difference on any of the other cars like it did with the V2 stations. Because the V2 stations were slower than the cars, whereas the V3 stations until the Cybertruck were faster than the cars. And it's not even that the Cybertruck, because Cybertruck can do 350 is what they've told us. It's that the Cybertruck is not running in 800 volt config on a V3, so that kind of tends to change the way it behaves there. Snap, y'all. Snap Kyle ain't gonna like this. His lab says yes, it does. I don't like that everything is being marked as spam. Sometimes it's not. Yeah, it does what? Increase the charging rates and damage to the battery. It doesn't charge the battery. It doesn't. I mean, it does charge the battery. It doesn't damage the battery. The problem is that Tesla's telling you it damages their equipment. Sergio says getting Kyle Connor. Just because of Sergio. This person points out, like we were just talking about the hot cables, not say hot, but the solar infused cables. This is very important. Just yesterday, I had a supercharger error, which I believe was due to the cable overheating. When I went to grab the handle, which was in the direct sun, was very hot. I wonder if a white supercharger handle will help. Then I jumped in. Or maybe a chrome handle, laughing out loud. I said, at least this one wouldn't look dirty like a white one, because somebody else in the thread had suggested a white handle. And when you think about the hundreds of people touching the supercharger handles in between servicing, they will look grimier than the non-black gas station handles. Very short order. If you want white handles. If only we could have a solar panel canopies at all locations. Yes, like promised. Look, that particular spam comment was indeed spam. Okay, community notes, do your thing. It appears it does increase rates, according to so many people measuring it, but may not be advised by Tesla. That would have been a good community note, but I didn't see one on it, and I didn't want to write one because if it got shut down, then I wouldn't be writing another community note for a very long time. Personally experienced the charging speeds increasing almost instantly when placing a rag that was soaked in ice water around the vehicle end of the charging cable at a crowded supercharger where there's always a small line. It does, in fact, lie to the sensors, though, through it. It doesn't lie to the sensors. They read what you did, but their concern is the rest of the chain. Probably does place equipment at risk of failure due to the fact that we are only fooling the temperature sensors, not actually reducing the temperature of the cable. You're not reducing the temperature of the cable. You are reducing the temperature of the handle and the sensors. Nope. My experience suggests there are hacks in the community notes elite star chamber. Could be. That's why I didn't want to touch it. Yes. Just like the ones with politics get me messed up in my community notes ratings. The ones in the Tesla community will certainly do it too. And by community, I mean the full-on adjacent to Tesla. Everybody, not just the normies. All right. So you're telling me the temperature sensor is only used to control the fan speed for cooling the cable, and that the power itself is never throttled by temperature. Eliminate that part and keep the fans running at constant speed when in use then. I explained that the V2 cables that this was advocated for, again, because the V3 was only for Cybertruck, and that was much later, don't have any active cooling. While the V3s that the article suggested it could help for Cybertrucks do have liquid cooling, the fan is pushing air through the radiator for the cable coolant. And in that case, yeah, they could just turn it on whenever you're plugged in, but they kind of track with it because they're quite noisy. Maybe you should put a solar shade over the superchargers to keep the locations cooler. I've been to one solar-enabled supercharger and a few solar-enabled chargers, but yeah, they're not meeting their sales campaign, their advertisement for what the superchargers would be, as far as them all being solar canopies. So when do you think Tesla, specifically the Cybertruck, will get a better charging curve that doesn't drop down that much before even reaching 70% or 80%? Another fair question. Well, there were people at the Valdosta charger that had chargers that were failing to charge because it was 95 degrees outside, and putting a rag on it was the only way to engage in charge. There were very few people waiting, and 2 to 3 stations that were initiating charges and then stopping. So, in those kind of temperatures, if it wasn't because the handle was being solar baked, that's exactly what Tesla's getting at. If that's what was going on, like if it was just literally too hot. But I don't remember the Valdosta chargers by name. I'd have to go look at my videos or pictures to see. I've been there though. The name is familiar, but the name doesn't link a place like some of the other chargers do. For me, mentally. But how would it interfere with temperatures if it actually keeps the temperature down? I would say this is probably better than the ice rag, but problem solved. He's got a clip-on battery fan pointed right at the handle, and it's running, apparently. The only thing I can see them being mad at there is that it's not going on the whole cable, and it's putting a lot of extra stress on this charge port door actuator. So, time for 800 volts, yes. So the solution is to spend 50 minutes charging instead of 20 under scorching temps, Arizona, for example, where the SE handles get extremely hot, but even when not charging, because the SE can't manage temps properly. Fix the issue with updated SEs instead. Thank you. How does it interfere with the temperature monitors? I think this might be the one that explained in better detail than me. That's basically what I've been looking for. I'm not just scrolling through the thread. Here it is. And yes, this is the one I've been looking for. I guess I should have thought to look at my own replies, with the exception of I've been all over the map on replies this week. They have a thermistor in the plug that detect dirty, worn, or damaged contacts, which is always happening. They profile temperature rise versus ambient, given how the flow, the current flow and schedule, repair or replacement as needed. Not only does it hide the issue, but it subjects the electrical contacts to even higher temps, further harming them. The heat causes faster loss of spring temper, and oxidation and burning. And then I said, uh, uh, this other guy was in the thread, Dottie, says spot on. He says, giving a false reading of resistive heating of connector, I would say they will be looking for upcoming failures of the charging port or plug. Cooling the plug would reduce the heating slightly. It's a stupid thing to do, to be honest. So then I replied to both of them with, that would have been more informative, even as a supplemental message, if they were trying to keep things simple for the headline readers. And by the headline readers, I meant the folks who just read the headline, or they don't want to know more about the technical details. Just keep it simple, and rather than inaccurately saying it doesn't work, say, this is what we're doing, and put it in another post for us nerds that want to read exactly how it works. It would have made more sense to do it that way. Also, the cable itself likely doesn't have sensors along the length of it, so in the worst case, it too could overheat and cause damage to the insulation, causing further risk to the user. And yes, 400 volts at 400 amps on the V2s, and 400 volts at whatever amps that you can do on the V3s. I think it's 500, 600 amps. Don't quote me on that, but it's more than the V2s. That would have a really bad day if the insulation was failed. Hopefully, it would have some method of detecting current leakage, like a GFCI, but a really big one. But we don't know. So basically, Tesla says stop doing that. Next, while we're spinning, what are we spinning on? Kentucky. Kentucky, of all places, not Texas. Kentucky will finally offer direct sales in the state, meaning that Tesla will soon be able to deliver vehicles directly in the state. Thanks to Kentucky Talk for Tesla Owners Club of Kentucky for allowing me to share this awesome news. And so this was basically a Facebook post. At everyone, Tesla to open direct sales in Kentucky. Over the past 6 months, Tesla, myself, and several EV owners from the Tesla Owners of Kentucky and Evolve Kentucky have been working in the background to change Kentucky's antiquated franchise laws. After several back and forth talks between Tesla and the Kentucky Motor Vehicle Commission, we are excited to announce that Tesla will soon be offering direct sales in Kentucky. Yay! This groundbreaking move will bring the innovative electric vehicle manufacturer directly to consumers within the state. Bypassing traditional dealerships, Tesla aims to provide seamless and informative buying experience. Customers will have the opportunity to engage directly with Tesla products experts, directly with Tesla product experts to learn about the full range of electric vehicle options and features. This development is expected to have significant impact on the Kentucky automotive market and contribute to the state's commitment to sustainable transportation. I will continue to monitor this development closely and provide updates as they become available. So, my response to this, I mean, obviously, I am glad that this is happening, but my response was, is this just for Tesla, or is it also for the other direct sales manufacturers? So, like Rivian and Polestar and such, that don't have. I think Polestar does have dealers, but Rivian and several others don't use dealers in addition to Tesla. And Sawyer says it's probably also the others, which I think is really cool. What are the benefits of Tesla being able to sell direct instead of having to work around? Would this reduce the delivery registration times? And Sawyer says it means Tesla customers won't have to drive as long a distance to get their cars, which reduces complexity and annoyance. In addition to that, it also means that they don't have to do this weird rigmarole where they FedEx you the paperwork at the last second. And you have to walk it into the DMV or BMV or whatever you have in your state. They'll be able to interact with you directly, like it does, like you have when you purchase a car from anybody else. Hopefully, this also includes service, so you don't have to drive hours away to get your vehicle serviced. But we'll see. Nebraska has this exact same issue. It took 4 hours round trip just to pick up my Y in October of last year. Luckily, Tesla is able to have a nice service center right on the border of Nebraska and Iowa, which is what they did with Savannah, right on the edge of South Carolina. Screw you guys. Um, right now, they have this issue in South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, Michigan, Maine, I believe. There's still too many states where this is occurring that they can't sell the cars directly to you. It's ridiculous. This is crazy nonsense. Not allowed to sell or service a legal product in a state. Do you think Tesla sales would increase if they could actually sell and service the vehicle in a state? I think it would. It's not as much as you would expect because they have found ways around most of them. What I think would be more effective in fixing this is if there were a federal law that said if they don't allow you to sell the car directly in the state, then they can't collect taxes in any form on it. No sales tax, no annual bullcrap tax, no nothing. Just the registration and the plates, and that's it. Because they are nationally accredited vehicles, so you can sell them here in the country, and so they must allow them to be registered. But if you don't allow them to be sold, you can't collect any of that primo tax money off of it. That would solve this overnight. Even where Mr. Abbott is always hanging on Elon's coattails, but not doing anything to actually help Tesla. Just saying. That got me wound up. I try not to get too political, but that was directly on topic. All right, this one says, "Here we go again." What is this? Did we already talk about this one? Oh, his name was "Here we go again." Moving on. See, what I'm used to when I'm clicking on my Twitter notifications, they replace the existing X page. But when I click on the pages from the notepad, they open new ones, unless I'm pasting the notes in. A much needed solar cell factory is coming to the US, according to Electric. This one's pretty cool. We are looking at, this one is kind of a joint venture. We've got Canadian Solar, Canadian Solar's panel maker, Helene, and India's solar cell maker, Premier Energies, are joining forces to build a US solar cell factory. We used to have plenty of solar cell capacity directly here in the States, but it wasn't. They're commodities. So our country isn't really set up to manufacture commodities anymore. And this joint venture should hopefully allow them to do this profitably, reducing pollution, reducing this global, around the world shipping mess we have, and hopefully taking advantage of some of the incentives that come in the IRA, or if there is a regime change in the protectionist measures that happen to come with the previous administration. The same reason that Elon doesn't want to build the Mexican factory that he stated on the call. If you get my drift. So even if they want to mess with stuff, this should help with that because they are U.S. manufactured, although one is Canadian and one is Indian. They're going to produce 1 gigawatt of N-type cells to supply both of Helene and Premier's customers. And they already work with Premier Energies, and they source their cells from Hyderabad factory in solar panel manufacturing in Mountain Iron, Minnesota. Premier Energies is India's second largest integrated cell and module manufacturer with a module capacity of 3.6 gigawatts and a cell capacity of 2 gigawatts. A lot of solar. I wonder if there are any comments on this one. Awesome news. More locally produced, clean energy products. I look forward to buying robot-built solar panels containing these robot-built solar cells in about a decade. Why should it take that long? It won't be you buying it. It'll be a robot. I'll give it to you both. Another probable failure, getting grants and loans and full partnership liability. After careful review on cash on hand and on debt, this company does not meet a high bar on self-stability on the one cycle of drop in sales revenue. As a prudent investor, very low return and high risk. As I said, commodities. But this person is warning us, if you were interested in investing on this, obviously consult with your own person because they are not stock advice. This is not stock advice. They are suggesting that things might not be as rosy as the news article makes it sound. So do further diligence. But as a customer, buy them panels. Let's see. If you look at just the U.S. insolation, which is the amount of solar radiation we get coming down on the ground, worldwide there's a overcapacity of cells at the minute. Okay, but doesn't mean everybody has the ones they need. As long as we're still burning anything to generate electricity, there's no such thing as too much solar, unless it's just not connected. Exactly. With too much solar, battery storage is required. Okay, make more batteries, make more solar, connect more batteries. Done. Let's make everything in America. Then see the hypocrisy from all sides when prices are higher. I mean, isn't that a good reason for prices to be higher? Versus for them to just be higher just because, even though they're still coming from China or wherever else? I'd like there to be a reason for the price increase. I can stand behind that. Continuing on, let's talk about some more tax credits because we kind of brushed against them with this solar thing. The Canadian IZEV rebates have doubled in the first half of 2024. IZEV rebate claims. So this means that the amount of people who bought a qualifying car and then asked the Canadian government for their money back, 2x. This is good news. Because you can read that as 2x of qualifying cars and qualifying customers. So meaning people who weren't too rich, the car wasn't too expensive, took advantage of the program. The only thing missing from that is for people who are too poor, but still need a personal car. We need to get more of them on board as well. So Canadians are rushing to buy electric vehicles at record pace, and by too rich, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being successful or whatever. What I'm saying is the Canadians are concerned about subsidizing expensive cars to people who don't need the help. That's always been their very vocal concern, and the way their program is set up, it is designed to mitigate that as a concern. So good on them. So they had over 95,000 IZEV claims during the first half of 2024. And since it's not linear, this is going to be an awesome year for them. Excuse me. According to Transport Canada data, Canadian dealers made 45,669 IZEV claims in 2023. Wow. So far in 2024, Canadian dealers made a shocking 95,775 IZEV claims, amounting to 465 million Canadian dollars in federal subsidies. This represents 110% year-over-year increase during the same time frame, and there's no indication that things are slowing down. By brand, IZEV claims have been decently balanced, with Tesla leading the way. They sell the most of them. Top 5 IZEV brands by brands for June. Tesla at $37.95 with 23,630 to date. Hyundai at $22.14 and 12,450 year to date, and that lines up with what I've been hearing from the sales up there. Ford, 1944 with 9.815. I'm assuming that's supposed to be a comma like the rest. I mean, I understand it as a decimal separator, but typically you use one or the other. You don't mix them up. So I'm guessing that's a typo. Okay, on the regular QWERTY keyboard, they are next to each other, and on my keyboard, they're also next to each other, but on the opposite corner of the keyboard. Kia, 1754 with 8414 for the year. And year to date, Toyota at 1228 and 9477. I hope those are BZ4Xs because if those are hybrids, then that is not nothing wrong with buying a plug-in hybrid if it suits you, but we shouldn't be subsidizing them with the EV programs. Just saying. Especially when they have 11 and 22 and 44 miles of range, depending on which one we're talking about. The top 5 IZEV models by vehicle model for June. Model Y at 2530 with 16,987 to date. Model 3 at 1265 with 6643 to date. That's what we're talking about with RJ right there. That is just a very popular form factor compared to even the mid-size sedans that look like small sedans. Or mid-size sedans that are on the edge of being a compact sedan. One or the other. They're not actually compact sedans like a Civic, even though that's where everybody kind of slots them in. That or the Civic has continued to grow since I left. It has, but I don't think it's grown to the point where it should also be a midsize. It's still kind of compact again. The Kona EV at 811 and 4943 for the year. Ioniq 5 at 776. I'm surprised that the Kona is still doing so much better than the Ioniq 5 and the EV6. I almost never see them personally, but the EVs anyway. I see plenty of gas Konas, way more than you'd expect. Gas and hybrid. Ioniq 5, 776 with 4128s. And the ID4, the one that used to be the Camry of EVs. Not like the California Camry, just the run-of-the-mill saltine cracker car. 757 of them, and 5214 for the year. Nothing's really changed in the provincial breakdown, with Quebec leading the way by a large margin. I believe Quebec has extra on top of, or was it Ontario? No, yes, it's Quebec that has extra on top of. Quebec leading by a large margin. Ontario and BC are still neck and neck for second place, with the rest of the country far behind. Quebec sold 16,739 in June, with 52,496 for the year, while Ontario did 3,048 with 18,458 year to date. BC did 3,003 with 17,965 for the year. Alberta at just 441. Come on, guys, work it up. 2717 for the year. New Brunswick, come on, guys. That is just a pathetic showing. 205 and 1,119 for the year. Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy says the Sentra for sure is supersized compared to the 1980s. Oh yes, the 1980s for sure, but I'm kind of comparing them to like the mid-aughts, like the 2006 to 2009. I guess that's not the mids to the end of the aughts. The Sentra, like you said, is supersized compared to that. The original one, so let's stick with the Nissan. The Sentra, or I guess the Versa, is the size of the old Altima, or even what's the one above the Altima? Look at the Corolla. It's bigger than the old Camrys. Probably even the Crown, which would I think the Crown is back, but for those of you that haven't kept up with Toyota's day to day, then that would be the current Corolla would be bigger than or same size as the old version of what filled the spot where the Avalon sat for a while. Toyota, Honda. So Honda, there'd be the they didn't have anything like the Fit in the States before. They did have the original CVCC. So let's say the Civic is bigger than, or the same size as the old Acura RL, like the oldest ones. Yeah. Why did I stick with all Japanese cars? One, they still make sedans. Two, American cars have done this with their sizing through the years, mostly predicated upon gas and steel prices. Let's see. Let's continue on to the next article. We close this tweets. We'll go to. I'm not calling them posts. That's stupid. They're shorter than posts. We've got the climate impact report from Tesla. Let's take a look. We're kind of gonna skim it. You guys can read it in detail if you like. Wow, didn't realize Civic had a 3-door and a hatchback and a 5-door hatchback and a 4-door sedan. How is that 4-door sedan not just an Accord at this point? Um, a few small details, like a half an inch in the seat, a different kind of grade of leather. The Accord can get a V6. One of them has a hybrid and doesn't. There's very little difference. That's not just like artificially holding the Civic down than than there used to be. All right, so the impact report for 2023: 20 million metric tons of CO2 E have been estimated, I guess. What is CO2 E? My wife and daughter are making ice cream. I hear the machine churning away. Look up CO2 E. It's not showing on your screen. Global warming potential. An estimate of how atmospheric gas affects global climate change. Okay, so that doesn't really explain it, does it? Effectiveness. CO2e, CO2 emissions. Okay, so just read them as if they were the same thing. That's probably the simplest in here for me. In pursuit of our mission to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, the company's mission, hopefully the CEO will get back on to doing exactly that thing by itself sometime soon. We build products that are designed to replace some of the planet's biggest polluters. Every product we sell helps owners lower emissions. In 2023, our customers have avoided releasing over 20 million metric tons of CO2e in our atmosphere. Oh, equivalent emissions. Okay, so other stuff that the car will leak. So just like MPGE, CO2 equivalent. I like it. Like if your air conditioner leaks, get a little something extra in there. All right, tackling climate change. We've got 31% of the global greenhouse emissions go to electric and heat, 15% to transportation. These are Tesla-related sectors in blue. 13% other, 6% to buildings, 19% to industrial processes, and 15% to agriculture, land use, change, and forestry. We imagine a world where you can power everything with renewable energy. Our team is dedicated to solving problems and at the most meaningful impact on emissions. So I'm going to put here in the YouTube chat the link to this thing so you can read the detailed chart, because we're only going to skim through the summary. Because the last one of these was quite lengthy. Interesting comparison from a website named Tech Target. Carbon dioxide and carbon dioxide equivalent both measure global warming potential, but the latter includes greenhouse gases besides CO2. So that's just a nice, easy one number to compare everything together, just like MPGE will allow you to compare your methane cars, your natural gas, your electric cars, your hydrogen cars, and your hydrogen combustion cars. They allow you to compare everything on the same testing regimen, roughly, and figure out basically which one is going to do what you want it to do to fit your needs compared to each other, but not necessarily reflecting what you will see in the real world, but still doing better than every other nation, except for maybe Canada, every other nation's predictions. I think that's just because Canada just uses the same thing we use. All right, continuing on. This is another version of a slide that we've seen several times in Tesla in the last year and a half. But there have been some updates. There's a Cybertruck on there now, and the Powerwall has been replaced with the Powerwall 3, The Powerwall 2 it probably used to be. And the energy cells are 4680s. I think that was always that way. Autobidder, solar, bidirectional charging is that had to have the Cybertruck there to change it to bidirectional charging because only the Cybertruck supports that right now. Full self-driving, which the Cybertruck does not support at all at the moment. It's got the hardware, but no, not the software. Robotaxi, it's not a thing yet. And the battery cell. Maximizing utilization through software. That is basically what this slide is showing us. Software can do it all. We designed and manufacture a fully integrated ecosystem for energy and transportation. Our products work together to maximize their impact. Minimizing our environmental footprint. Electric vehicles and sustainable energy products have far better environmental impact than fossil fuel alternatives. This includes the full life cycle from raw material mining to product use and disposal. A lot of folks will try and bamboozle you, and you snap, and magically the liquid fuel arrives in the tanks for them to burn up. Not how it works. But they still believe in wheel to wells plus transmission for EVs, even if you have enough solar on your roof to make all of your EV usage. The mining equation. This is another one we see them focus on way too much, even though the mining still happens for the fossils, except that you can't recycle the mining product of the fossil because you've burnt it. Whereas a dead battery can be mined infinitely or indefinitely, many times. 97%, 98%, 99%, depending on which year we're talking about, the lead batteries in this country were recycled. And lithium batteries will be the same way as they become more numerous. You don't have to worry about the shipping or anything. But nobody's throwing them away because even a completely dead battery is worth at least $2,000. At least. And we're talking some of the smallest batteries here. The mining equation. We're dedicated to sourcing our raw materials responsibly. Furthermore, a shift to sustainable energy economy will require less mining than fossil fuels. And if I am not mistaken, this is a copper mine. Water and waste. We use less water per vehicle than the industry average, and we recycled 90% of our waste in 2023. And Giga Berlin is still industry leading in how much water they use and recycle. How much water they use is in how little they use, and how much they recycle is in it's 100% recycled and then some. EV efficiency. We build some of the most efficient vehicles on the road. That means less charging per mile traveled, saving energy and costs over time. And the battery myth. Our batteries degrade just 15% after 200,000 miles, which is the average lifetime of a vehicle in the US. And mine's sitting at almost 100,000 and is 8% degraded. I think that they'll get by before I get to my 8 years without having to replace my battery because it might just be brushing up against that 15% by then. Model 3 in Fremont and Model 3 in Gigafactory Shanghai, reducing our manufacturing footprint. They didn't really have a choice in Fremont unless they wanted to knock down the factory, and then at that point, why buy it? Unless they wanted the land. So they made the best of the hand they were given for making Model 3, Model Y, S, and X in Fremont. And then when it came to Giga Shanghai, they built it the way they wanted it to be built, based on the experience they had in the first place. So Giga Shanghai, over here, it comes straight through from stamping, goes to welding and body and white. General assembly happens down here. The paint shop happens over here, and that would be where the bodies come out. And then that also goes to general assembly, and then out come the cars, roughly. Giga Shanghai, I believe, has started an expansion, and it should be done soon, or has already been finished and is pumping out cars. Giga Austin is an evolution of this, as is the Giga Berlin. Giga Berlin is a slightly different shape. Unlike ICE vehicles, it is possible to fully decarbonize our manufacturing and lifetime use of our EVs. Our goal is for all Tesla factories to be carbon neutral, so we build each new factory better and more sustainable than the last. And you'll see it if you go past their site. You'll see the solar on site. They've got the mega packs and if the power packs haven't been retired, they've got them. They've got solar. They've got if wind makes sense, they've got it. And you'll see it also at Rivian if you go past the normal plant. There's this giant windmill in the parking lot, and then massive solar canopies. 35% is less energy used per vehicle produced in Shanghai versus Fremont. So that is incredible. 35% from their first factory to their second factory. And by factory, I mean, like, not that Giga Nevada doesn't count for anything, but it doesn't make whole cars uh, yet. We've got a picture coming where it makes whole semis in the future by the end of next year, according to Elon. 100% of Gigafactory Berlin's electricity was matched with renewables in 2023. So for those folks who say, "Oh, you can't do it in manufacturing," blah blah blah, you can if you want to. 49% of total HVAC systems at Giga Nevada are run by dynamic controls. So that is also pretty cool. Yeah, cool. The average uptime of supercharger sites over time. So even after the supercharger kerfuffle, wait, no, it's 2023. Um, Never mind that part of the comment. But they had a little dip in 2020, and they anyway. So 2018, 19, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. I'm curious what 2024 looks like. I do imagine it is down from 2023 because of the incident. Sorry about my child screaming. I think the stunner might be on the right microphone. It wasn't for the Tesla Life show. Half of it this week. This week past. All right. Making the transition a no-brainer. A lot of people are worried. Such common vernacular. I'm not used to that. A lot of and no-brainer are not something you expect to see in corporate communications. Are worried about their ability to charge their EV. Will are worried about the ability to charge their EV. Will impact its usability and practicality. It's only been an issue for me while towing, especially towing large. Not necessarily towing heavy, but just large. With the most While the most convenient place to charge is at home overnight, we gotta come up with better solutions for the folks who live in multifamily or like super HOA or street parking. You can have a single family home and still not have a garage or driveway, and then you got a problem. A problem for charging. While the most convenient places to charge at home overnight are expansive, ultra-fast, and reliable supercharger network, means that you can spend less time planning your route and more time charging, enjoying your trip. It's more affordable than you think because the Model Y comes standard with premium features that create a driving experience rivaling that of luxury vehicles. Yeah, people keep calling Teslas luxury. They are premium. Have a higher ownership cost, and when you factor in incentives, fuel savings, and minimal maintenance, Model Y has uh, ownership costs close to those of mass market less premium vehicles. That was a mouthful. 5 years, 60,000 miles for BMW X3. You're looking at $1.17 per mile. Ouch. Whoa. Oh, that's everything. Okay. And the Model Y would be 70. And depending on how much you pay for electricity, and if you have certain types of plans available, it can get even lower. That's just their average. This includes depreciation, which is high on both of these, one being the BMW and the other being an electric car. Insurance, that is variable as well. Maintenance and repairs, that's pretty reliable. And fuel, electricity or gasoline. I think I might be able to click on these. Yeah? No? They made it look interactive. They've got these gradients. I guess you just have to have a good eye. While Model 3 and Y are priced on par with premium fossil equivalents and below the average on vehicle selling price in the US, when you factor in incentives, fuel savings, and maintenance required, minimal maintenance required, uh, Model 3 and Model Y have ownership costs close to those of mass market ICE vehicles. MrSupercharger.com. So here are the North American superchargers, excluding the ones in Alaska and the ones connecting to the ones to Alaska, and some of the ones in Mexico. There you go. Look at that. Got plenty of coverage where people actually are in the US and Canada and Mexico. Still need more in Mexico. And it'd be nice to connect to Canada all the way. Supercharger network is the largest fast charging network in the world. The global network had 99.97% uptime and it was 100% renewable in 2023. So again, so those people saying, "Oh, what about coal and blah blah blah? Haven't you heard of how the power plant gets its energy?" Yes, I have, and it doesn't matter because they have replaced they've replaced whatever you got it from with clean energy elsewhere in the grid, or directly in the case of the solar canopy chargers that we were discussing at the hot handle incidents in 2023, and achieved through a combination of on-site resources and annual renewable matching. Shave. No, whiskers are irritating my nose. Beyond Tesla, a full transition to sustainable energy will require effort far beyond Tesla. Yes, it will. In Master Plan Part 3, we highlight 5 key areas that we believe can most dramatically advance the shift to sustainability. While Tesla is actively working to complete the first 2 steps, we need other leaders in the industry to help us accelerate the final 3. We hope you can support the transition with us. The 5-step plan to renewable energy is 36%. Step 1, renewably power the existing grid. So they're working on it. 22% switch to electric vehicles, working hard at that. 23% switch to heat pumps. That one is, they got some pushback on that, just like gas stoves. Gotta do better. Fight the myths and the lazy. The myths would be the people trying to push methane. The lazy would be folks who don't want to learn anything new. And then we also have to stop the price gouging, the premiums that are charged on these things. They are just air conditioners with reversing valves. There's no reason that the heat pump version should cost $20,000 for a system, and the air conditioner is only $5,000 for a system. Don't be greedy. And those are just a random system pulled out of my. Don't go looking for one that compares like that. You'll get frustrated. High temp heat delivery and hydrogen. So this is where anything that a heat pump can't deliver, you can just burn hydrogen to get these higher temperatures. And if your hydrogen is renewably sourced, so not from natural gas, but literally you crack water, or if you got it as a byproduct from something else you were already doing, like making fertilizers or medicines or whatever, then yeah, that's fair too. But anyway, you take that ecologically sourced hydrogen and you light it on fire, and then you can get your high temperature stuff that a heat pump is not able to achieve, at least not today. And then 6%, step 5, sustainably fuel planes and boats. This is just getting started, but we've got a very long way to go on those, and the rest of it is already just a matter of continuing on. The high temp heat delivery via hydrogen is very small scale, so that one might need some help, just like the electric aviation. But switching to heat pumps, we're working on it. We can do better. It's nothing stopping us from doing this now except people being resistant to change and the cost of things. Switching to EVs, same situation. We got what we need. Yes, it can get better, but we got what we need to go on. From the smallest of personal transport, like a little scooter, up to the largest of land transport. We see that the mining equipment is now going BEV, not just electric. They've been electric for a long time now, just like the trains, but they're going battery electric instead of running a big extension cable or making the electricity on site with a diesel generator or fuel oil generator. We're starting to see this in ships and boats. They're very hesitant because the kind of batteries that they need to to keep the balance and the performance up are still kind of expensive. Uh, it's new to the industry and they're skittish. So like if you look at the electric uh, boats, like the completely solar covered yachts, they still have a diesel generator on board. I don't know if it's just for the regs or if it's because they're scared they're gonna not have enough battery and not have enough sun and not have enough wind. And you can do it. You can do it. Uh, with the large tankers, we see this as well. Some of them have been experimenting for oil tankers and large container ships. We've seen them experimenting with kites. Basically, these are free flying sails, sails that are tethered to the ship with a rope. Um, let's call it a tether. A rope might be lower tech than what what they're working with. So you have an existing vessel, and all it needed was a nice hard point that could take the force from that sail, and what's old is new again. And so now they're wind powered, saving tons, little tons of fuel oil actually. And for ships that are not container ships and tankers, you can probably put rigid or classic sails in many places on them as well, and combine that with solar and electric propulsion. We can do that, but we haven't shown people how it's possible just yet, like we have with land transport, heat pumps, and renewable energy. We're almost there. Our employees are critical to achieving our mission. We just fire 10% of them at random because. At Tesla, we support our employees, building meaningful careers with competitive pay, great benefits, while also providing them with unique opportunities to make an impact. This music and that. He's talking about making energy modules for Megapack and Powerwall. That's cool. Let's meet Juan Hua, Trey Farmer, associate contractor to director of Model Y Fremont Vehicle Operations. Trey has been making an impact at Tesla for over a decade. Guan Hua has, after finding success in his own career through mentorship and becoming production supervisor, Guan is now providing that same support to his own team at Giga Nevada. Max Snyder is with a drive to be part of something different. Max has been able to take advantage of opportunities at Tesla, unlike any others in the industry, allowing him to grow from service technician to service development manager. Wow, that's nice. Zalia or Relno. Equity awards her from Equity awards from her time at Tesla have allowed Azalea to lead uh, allowed Azalea, a lead engineering technician in Tesla's firmware infrastructure team, to replace a family vehicle, plan for the future, and even build a house. And so here we're not talking about the kind of equity that Elon sneers at. We're talking about stocks. So with the employee ownership program, she was able to replace her vehicle and do these other things. They said preparing the workforce for a sustainable future. I don't know that white was the best choice to go in there. Being an innovator means serving people with the skills to contribute to the sustainable energy future. Our workforce development programming includes educational outreach centered around a hands-on approach to inspiring young people through STEM-based programs and events designed to foster curiosity. And then if you want to read the full report, you can use my link there from the chat and read it. We're not going to do that here. Like I said, the summary was already pretty lengthy. Let's look at another Sawyer tweet. Tesla has now installed the 500th supercharger in Austria. Here's a photo of the supercharger. It looked very similar to the 500th supercharger in Norway. But instead of the Norway flag, we have the Austria flag. Ta-da! Our 500th supercharger here in the States, or 5,000th, or whatever it was, the one that we got with the red treatment was much less awesome looking. Mainly because it was a V3 supercharger, and it was just red. It didn't have all this cool stuff about it. The 2025 Audi Q6 e-tron is now the longest range Audi EV ever inside EVs. With up to 307 miles of range, Audi's newest EV is indeed back in the game. And as we were talking about, that's about where you need to be for it to be the only car for people. Mine never had this much, even when it was brand new, and we would do just fine. But typically, to be competitive and to have a nice balance between the amount of batteries and other resources you're using to make the car, 300 is fine. There are plenty of affordable 400-mile EVs, but there comes to a point where you have too much range, and at the same time, there are also cases where, with towing, where we can still use just a bit more range, either from tweaks to the energy output to just big old batteries, because uh, towing is just not an easy thing to do. The other thing that would help with that is better charging layouts and better charging speeds. So you can keep the same old batteries. If it only takes you a 5-minute stop to replenish a couple hundred miles, no big deal. And I say 5 minutes, but to keep it consistent with gas, if you can have a 10-minute stop and replenish a whole crap ton of miles, then the people haven't lost what they are already accustomed to. As it is today, though, EVs still charge slower on long trips than the gas cars. But in the same video where I pointed out that the 5-minute gas stop, 3-minute gas stop, 2-minute gas stop is a lie or extreme exaggeration that they think about uncritically, over time, the few seconds you spend charging at home every day will add up better than all the gas stops that you have to make over the year. So, congratulations to Audi for jumping back in the game. And why did this thing just? Oh, I see what happened. I'm scrolling and it's just flashing on me for jumping back in the game. Audi. Continuing on, we've got a fun one, the summer release for Tesla. At the end of this release, they've got something really awesome for those folks with MCU 1 and AP 2.0. Not just them, because most of them have upgraded, but AP 2.0 shipment. But if you have the hardware 3 upgrade, I've already given it away at that point, but they got something in there for even AP1, sorry, not AP1, even MCU1 owners. So let's look at their overview. Software update 2024.26 is rolling out soon with highlights below. What the heck am I on? I just realized that what I am on for FSD, there was a patch update that I'm on. I thought I came off of 12.3.6. I did not come off of 12.3.6. I got some sort of patch in there. So let's look at, let's go to my travel folder, go to Tesla. My legacy gal is on 2024.14.9. It'd be quite a jump for us, isn't it? I also don't have that feature where the car doesn't get awakened by the app. I'm hoping that this is in there. And by that I mean there was the update that we talked about recently where the car doesn't wake up from the app just because you open the app. It only wakes up because you told the car to do something, saving energy. So anyway, this 2024.26 has these highlights below. Amazon Music and YouTube Music. Nice. I use both of these. As a YouTube Premium member, I get free YouTube Music. Love it. The Amazon Music, I get whatever you get with Prime. I don't pay the extra one because I didn't like their experience. So now they have Apple Music, Spotify, Live by Live, or whatever they're calling themselves this week. And the Live by Live was the default in the US, while Spotify was the default in Europe. And I'm hoping we have the same Spotify now, but the one that we had at first when they first brought it to the States, it was not the same Spotify you guys had. It was terrible. That or you guys had some patience with some terrible audio software. Anyway, Castle Doombad Classic and other game updates. Castle Doombad now supports touch and includes the complete original game. I love it when they have full games in there. This release also includes the Polytopia Elion and whoever these people are. You're not going to preview it for me? Chronicle Vampire Survivors Laboratory Updates. The parental controls we talked about a few months ago. Parents can now enable the controls via PIN to apply maximum speed limit, reduce acceleration to chill, force enable active safety settings, and enable curfew notifications if the car is driven past 11 p.m. Sorry, kids. Hopefully you can set the time of the curfew. Nope, doesn't look like it. Send curfew notifications. Receive a mobile app notification when the car is driven between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. I still want this, and by the time that my girl can drive, still want this to be if the car is home or in the geofence for home, and it's not a parent pin. Don't let the car leave, because I can always push start from the app if there's some reason for my kid to be leaving the home at 11 p.m. to do anything. We already saw how Tesla pins you really hard on their insurance if you're driving after 10 p.m. until 3 a.m. So if you have Tesla insurance right now, it's going to warn the kid that they're going to screw up your insurance. It's not going to stop them from doing it. Now, if they're outside of home, I want them to be able to come back home. And this should all be options, the stuff I'm talking. Parental controls, you can limit the speed to up to 85 miles an hour or something lower. You can reduce the acceleration to chill. I like that you can separate those two things now, because some kids are okay with something a little bit less than chill, or uh, without limiting it to chill. Probably don't want to give them Ludicrous Plus, but or Plaid. But either way, they might not be having a problem with just anything above chill. So you can have the speed and the acceleration set separately. That's nice. Required safety features such as speed limit warning, forward collision warning, and automatic emergency braking cannot be modified. Yeah, I'd want that. Turn that on. And the curfew notifications we just got finished talking about. Navigation improvements. Search will. I do like the last one I got. They have that little progress bar underneath the turn by turn. So now I can change the view that I have the map set to, which is nice. Rather than having the entire route, because some of the routes we take are just 1,000-mile journeys or more, and I don't need to see the whole route for that. If I'm going across town, the whole route is kind of nice, so I can see where the traffic is and pick my alternate segments. But on a trek, I might prefer to see the traffic coming up ahead, so I can see, oh, this is why we're slowing down, and this is when it will end. But that overview also has the color graph. If you have the premium internet connectivity or lifetime premium internet connectivity, it still has it color coded on the line with the arrow showing where you are, kind of just nebulous where you started, and then the finish line. You got where you were trying to go. Search results will display sub destinations such as specific terminal at the airport to provide more accurate routing details. This is nice because some places that you might want to go are like the airport, and you need to get to the Delta terminal or the Southwest. And if you just go to the outbound or inbound at the airport, you got some distance you could cover at some of the larger airports. Or say you got to go pick your kid up from the mall. They gave you the special code word, come get me. But obviously they just said come get me. You might not be in such a rush, but if they said, their code word, that means come get them now. They're in a situation and you need to rescue them. So you might need to be able to get to their entrance. They just say meet me at the mall, and you say at the mall, but they say meet me at the Sears entrance, Sears, and it'll take you to the right door. Some of the malls are set up where you could just say Sears, but not all of them are accurate enough for that to work. Some of them will still just take you to the mall. Anyway, This is another nice addition. I'm not wondering how much of this is going to be, oh, you can't have that because you have a legacy car. Because all of these look like they would work just fine on the Intel vertical screens. Weather forecast and air quality. We talked about this one on the Tesla Life show. The AQI display on the heads up, well, not heads up display, but up there next to the speedometer and statuses. The weather forecast is slightly newer though. Another feature they added recently was arriving close to closing time. Sometimes we'll go to the grocery store as they're closing. This place might be closed or closing soon when you get there. It's a nice little. If you've had Google Maps, it's done this for you for a long time. I think Apple too, but to have it directly in the car was nice as well. It's like, okay, kid, don't be dragging around. We gotta go in and get the potatoes or whatever and get back out because they're closing soon. Tap on the temperature to view additional weather forecast details, and you'll also see an indicator for poor air quality in the status bar. So I'm guessing that this might not make it into legacy cars. We used to have the temperature displayed on the screen in front of us and on the MCU screen. The one on the MCU screen disappeared somewhere around version 8 or 9, and then we just had the one on the screen, on the screen in front of us. And now, when FSD is turned on the legacy cars, we don't have an outside temperature display except in the app. And that screen in front of us, even on the non-legacy cars, like the Palladium cars, talking Model S and X Plaid class, that screen is not a touchscreen. It's the one right in front of you. So maybe we'll get it back on the MCU screen and it'll kind of be in the cards like it is for everybody else. Or maybe they'll think that's enough to make me buy a new car for tens of thousands of dollars. But this display looks nice. It's clean. You got your chance of rain, your humidity, your wind. The wind will be nice. The car's known it for a while, but to be able to see it is nice. The UV index, that's good. And the AQI, rather than just a number, they give you a word rating as well. Tell them there. That's nice. And then you got your forecast with your highs and your lows. Yes. On-time scheduled preconditioning. One-time scheduled preconditioning and charging. That is nice right there. So if you need to do a precondition or scheduled charging, you can set it for tomorrow. I need you to be at 100% by 9 a.m. because I got a massive road trip to go through. Or, hey, this weekend we're going to a party. Please have the air ready to go because it's going to be 155 outside and we don't want to melt when we get into the car. But it'll do it just the one time rather than prior to this. If you wanted to schedule any of that, it would set a weekly schedule or an all the time schedule. Made it easy to make mistakes. There were many weeks where I had the car running for up to 2 weeks because I needed it to go for an appointment or a road trip, and only happened to just catch that the air conditioner was just cranking for 3 hours. So, I need to turn that off. So this is long overdue. Mr. Electric Lunacy says, sitting here with 2024.20.9, looking at that 2024.20.10, but not getting it yet. Heard Hardware 3 might not get 12.5 for a while. Sad. I agree. YouTube Premium is such a necessity, especially in election years. Oh my goodness, I just remembered that now that you say it. Yes. Because they know that nobody watches TV, but they do know that we watch the screen in our hands, the screen on the wall. And I don't say nobody, but like to the point where Musk and Harris have both been quoted, or not Musk especially, but let me rephrase that. The Tesla team and Musk have been quoted saying why spend any money on TV advertising, and the Harris campaign, some edges of it have said, well, it's not effective to buy so much TV ads right now. Not saying buy none. Well, Tesla did, but the politicians are not saying buy none. But her people did say maybe it's not the best ROI to take it over with the kind of money they want you to spend on it. And yeah, to catch you at home at YouTube or on the train at YouTube or whatever. And sometimes you get the same ad like 3 times in a row. You get the unskippables. Sorry. Uh, I would much rather have the baked in 1950s style. It's like, hey guys, look at this fork. This is the best fork since forks were ever forked. By the way, this was a paid fork advertisement by whatever. And you can skip it, or if they're saying something interesting to you, you can watch it. Uh, they get paid. You got quality content. It's a good combo. My favorites are where they do all that. It was skippable. They've got discount code below. I do have some discount codes below. Um, I think that's a much more. I like that way better. I like that way better. Back on track. Yeah. X are more important. Yeah, I would say at this point that the X ads they are making less money than they were and than they need to in ads, but they have the potential to hit the right people very targetedly. Same for any of the people that are still on Facebook, um, but personalized, not necessarily like procedurally generated. Like, hey, like I'm going through a page that says, "Crazy, stop! Do you own a black SUV? Are you tired of charging it? Do you want a new one? Here's $7,500 off." No, not that much personalized, but like just kind of like so it's still like regular ads, but like more likely to catch my attention and be relevant to what I'm looking for, but not the creep factor like it's been chasing me around. Or worse, the ones you buy something and then you get ads for that same thing that you've already bought for weeks. If it's at the same price or higher, you're like, okay, I got a good deal, and that might be what they're going for. But the ones that are annoying are when you have a retailer that doesn't do retroactive price match, and then you find it for lower, and then it follows you around for weeks. It's like, man, I could have got a much better deal on this thing if I had waited one more day and seen that stupid ad. But you might not even seen the ad unless you bought it, which is not effective. So we still got room to go there as well. Uh, let's see. Yes. Next up, we've got. Oh, I'm still reading this one. Yep. So you can adjust your schedule per day instead of charge and time. A charge and end time. Nice. The brightness slider for the ambient lighting. So for those of you with the Model 3 Highland or the Chinese Model Y or the Cybertruck or some of the newer SNX, I believe, you can now not have it just blind. You can turn it down even more. I think it was already pretty decent, so maybe you want it brighter. You can make it brighter too. Reduced fan speed during phone calls. My Honda did this, and my Toyota did this. I get a phone call, and the fan would just so they could hear you better. It'd be nice that the Tesla will do it now too. When a call is active, fan speed is reduced if above a certain threshold to prioritize phone audio. I like that there's some intelligence to this rather than just turning it down because you're on the phone. Because if it's not too high and you just cut it down anyway, sometimes that would make me hot. So I would disconnect the Bluetooth so that the car wouldn't turn down the air, and I would just yell at the speakerphone. Zoom updates. So if you have a car that can Zoom, not Zoom, but like the Zoom conferences, it now defaults to full screen when you're in park. I didn't know it worked while you were not in park. At least not with the video. I'm guessing it doesn't do video while you're not in park. Tesla mic support. So there is a new accessory in the store for about 200 and change dollars called the Tesla mic. I wasn't going to bring it up at all until I just realized it's in here. And now I don't have a link for it because I wasn't thinking. So we'll take a look at the Tesla mic in a minute. It's probably sold out, but you can use that for karaoke or Zoom or any of the other audio-enabled apps in the car. Now, the biggie, it doesn't affect that many people, but it is huge. Like my brother and his wife, their car was one of the few with MC1 that got any FSD. But since so many of the vehicles got FSD, uh, but didn't get it installed before it was rolled back, um, for many of them, this is their first install of FSD. And for the case of my family, this is their first update to FSD in many, many months, over 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. Either way, it's their first update to FSD at all, other than getting it. And if you have MCU1, you'll now get FSD supervised version 12.3.6 for MCU1 Tegra vehicles. So they will be running the same FSD I'm running today. Hopefully by then I'll be running version 12.5. All right, so let's go on to the Tesla store and show you the Tesla mic before we go on to more pressing matters. Tesla Mezcal, smoky and floral with a smooth finish. Also sold out. You'd think that it would be higher up on the list. Excuse me. Let's go up. Let's go to, is it lifestyle? It might be lifestyle. It might be a vehicle accessory. I don't think you have to use it in the car. Right, it was lifestyle. Karaoke mic. Instead of calling it Tesla mic, they call it karaoke mic. Make up your mind, Tesla. Branding consistency is important. So these are nice handheld style mics. Got the Tesla branding on them. Got a nice carry case, charging cable, battery pack, carry case. They are $215. Grab the mic, queue up for your favorite songs, and take over the karaoke game to the new, or take your karaoke game to the next level. The karaoke mic works with your favorite media apps on both the front and rear touchscreens. Features include anti-howling technology so that your notes come through crisp and clear. I hope it also has the anti-feedback because it'd be in range of its own speakers. Unless that's what anti-howling is. All your notes come up through crisp and clear. Comes with 2 wireless microphones that automatically pair with your vehicle and have over 10 hours of continuous singing time per charge. So you charge it once and it'll handle most car rides. There's time per charge. Open karaoke or your preferred media app on your vehicle's touchscreen and turn the cabin into your own private karaoke lounge. Includes 2 microphones, 1 receiver, 1 data cable. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the data cables for cars like the Legacy Model 3 or the truly Legacy, like my Model X, that don't have the right type of Bluetooth for this. 1 charging cable and 1 storage bag. Note, product requires software update 2024.26 firmware release and is only compatible with vehicles equipped with an Intel Atom or AMD Ryzen processor. So if you've got a Ryzen or if you've got an Intel. So the Tegra need not apply. Check compatibility by tapping software and then additional vehicle information on your vehicle's touchscreen. Karaoke mic cannot be shipped to Puerto Rico or Alaska or the Virgin Islands or Hawaii. So I'm guessing basically they airship or they would have to airship it to those, and something about the batteries is not allowed for the airshipping. And they refuse to boat ship it. It's not sold out. You can get one or a pair. I do like that, unless it's just 2 different sides. You got the Tesla wordmark logo and the Tesla logo. I do have an Intel car. It doesn't say no Model X's, but yeah. And I definitely don't have the software update yet, do I? What did I say I was on? 2024.26? I'm on what, 12 I said? 14. I'm on 14. And 24 is the one we were just talking about, right? The summer update? It's spinning. There we go. That's why I wanted to see the X, not the shop. 2024.24 should be the one we were just talking about. Let me check my sugar. That should be a small number for me to retain up here. That 26. Okay, so you're good. Continuing on. We've got another Sawyer Merritt post from my phone. Check our multi-stream while we wait for that to load. Either nothing's happening in multi-stream or it's broken. So I promised you this. Here's an official rendering from Tesla of what their new semi-factory in Nevada will look like when complete. Production is currently expected to start in late 2025. Construction has already started, and the factory will be capable of producing 50,000 Tesla semis per year. So this is coming from Dan Priestley of Semi. Let's click into his post. Let's click into his post. So here is where we are today. Pretty much once we get to here, Tesla is able to rock and roll. They get their gigantic buildings done in a year, even when they are just mud fields. If you guys get that reference from Giga Shanghai. So here's today. Is there an alt text on it? There is, but can I see it from full screen? No, I can't. Very obvious semi lettering on the top of the roof. Really? Thanks for sharing that updated rendering. S3MI. Oh, interesting. Well, I don't think it's saying S3MI. I think it's just the Tesla E and the Tesla Model 3 original logo look the same. So semi. That's pretty cool. Why not rotate it so you could read it? So you've got semis with trailers along these sides. Probably power conditioning equipment. Not sure what that would be. It could be a mega pack, but that's not likely. Not right up against a building like that. This is really cool stuff. All right, so let's look at the alt text. Semi-factory construction in progress. And semi-factory render. I'm not following Dan. Let's fix that. All right. I'm hearing engine noises that are not normal for the neighborhood. Can't wait for the first semis coming off the production lines of this facility. Sweet. Let me get this straight. Tesla is well underway with construction of a whole new vehicle factory, and hardly anyone has noticed till now. I think the Quad Squad has beyond noticed by now. Exciting. A whole new factory under construction. Is that sarcasm? No, that's not. Okay. Will there be more solar on the roof than shown below? Yes. Hopefully they invert that. Like everything that was black spelling out semi should be the gap, and then they should invert it. Yeah, and then put the rest of it as fully solar. Let's go on to the next one. This is another post. It's about the Cybertruck range extender. We're looking at. It's also about the semi. We got the official battery pack size of the semi Mark 1 or Mark 2. It wasn't clear, and we got some statements about the range extender. So Wes is saying that this is the same feedback I hear from our test drivers who have CDLs and decades of towing experience, towing and hauling experience. Cybertruck is a pleasure to bumper tow with. Obviously, everyone has beat the horse to death on the downside of long haul towing range, and charging with a trailer. I'll tell you again, charging with a Model X and a trailer sucks. Mostly. I think it was Brunswick, Georgia. You had nice 2 nose-in stalls, or didn't matter what size trailer you had, as long as it was street legal. You slide that in there, plug it right in. And then on my second trip to that same place, slid the trailer right in, and this very entitled person with a Model S couldn't be bothered to reverse into the stall. She rolls it right up in there and plugs in. Ends up blocking a Model Y that was towing something later on. And they had to wait for, I think, no, I had to charge up too much. No, she came in way into my charge cycle. So they had to wait for me to leave before they could charge. It's ridiculous. And we will work on improving that with the range extender. But for somebody looking to tow their boat to the lake, move to a new house. Move to a new house in the same region. I don't mean the same, like the southeast or the northeast. I mean like maybe a town over. Because I did the moving from one state to the other thing, and it sucked. It'd probably be better with the Cybertruck. It sucked with the Model X. Every time it did. It wasn't so bad with the small U-Haul trailers, but then you're making lots of trips. And with the large U-Haul trailer, it was noticeable. And with my rig, the HV Nomad's rig, that thing sticks up so much further than the Model X that it catches all the wind. It didn't matter how heavy we loaded it. It was all about the aerodynamics. And by that I mean like completely empty and and cubed out. It was the same range. Not it wasn't a good range either. Um, so yeah, I'll counter you on the moving thing unless you're moving in town. Doing some yard work, yep, absolutely. I did use the yard trailer thing, and that was awesome. We hooked up a yard trailer and moved a refrigerator around town. It worked nicely, and we also did. Yeah, we did do an in-town move with the smallest U-Haul trailer, the one bigger than the queen size bed, the little plastic fiberglass one, and then the first cargo one. We did a cross town with that. That was fun. Also, heard a lot of feedback from owners, and have a whole list of towing specific items that will improve OTA. Can't wait, and they better be for all towing capable Teslas, not just the Cybertruck. So basically, in the US, everything but the Model 3, and worldwide, everything. Because the Model 3 and Model S can tow in Europe, even if you, for some reason, you can't tow in the US. Anyway, back to this. I have a whole list of towing specific items will improve via OTA, and I don't mind if they have some Cybertruck stuff, like do this with the rear wheels or whatever. But anything that doesn't make that's like not tied to Cybertruck hardware, it better be on all the cars with towing. So it'll only get better from here. And he's commenting on a Facebook post. My previous truck was a diesel Ford F-250. I'm very experienced in operating rig equipment. Today I use the Cybertruck to bumper tow my 10K trash trailer for a dump run. I understand that the Cybertruck is considered a pickup truck and not a heavy-duty towing truck. However, my experience with the Cybertruck has been that, loading the bigger picture, has been the best towing experience I ever had. One, the camera accurately aligns the ball with the hitch. That's nice. That was removed from my car recently. On previous updates, I could see the very tip of the ball, and I could line it up with the trailer just fine. And then at some point, they recropped it again. This has been something they've changed several times on my car, whether I could see the ball poking out in the rear view camera or not. Bring it back and stop touching it. Or, even better, that crop view is nice. It's cleaner. Use that in drive and bring back the fully open view in reverse. Compromise? Whoever thought it was prettier to do it the other way, compromise. I like it. Because then when I need it most, it will show the ball. And when I don't, the ball will just disappear because it's kind of visual clutter in drive. All right. Once the trailer mount is lined up, the truck remains stationary without rolling forward. even a millimeter. The X does a little bit, but not enough that you need to get back out and redo it on the versions where the camera can still see the ball. Otherwise, you need a spotter, or you need to do the get out, get in, get out, get in thing, which really sucks when you have pin and drive turned on. The electric motor stops and holds position. Impressive. And I guess that might also be easier to do with the permanent magnet motor, so other X's might not roll as much as mine does. But again, like I said, it's still right on target if you're on target to begin with. The torque generated by the electric motor is remarkable. Yep, I agree, and it's probably even better on the more powerful vehicle there. Definitely need updated larger mirrors for towing a trailer or tow hauler. Wes says that the mirrors are designed to be easily removed and replaced. I think we will see tow mirror and third-party options soon. That is nice. I would like tow mirrors on mine. I've got like this rubber bandy thing. I don't like it at all. But for the Cybertruck, that'll be fine. And then we've got the charging infrastructure severely lacking for people who tow. Wes says the charging team is adding pull-through spots to be locations where the layout can fit in. Thank you. Finally. There was too much of not enough of that. Pull-through is great, but if you can't do full pull-through, put a couple no's in and put clear signage on it telling people don't be jerks. Love to hear that. Please consider adding signage also. Most pull-in spots today are occupied by lazy folks who want to charge without backing in, which is incredibly frustrating. Cheers to the charging team. And I replied to this one. I said, spinning and spinning. If the charger does sense no trailer attached, the supercharger price will triple. I think that would be great. I like that too. So the fees will, the idle fees, assuming that there are no other stalls available. Don't do this. So if you get there and there's like 8 open stalls or more than a quarter, and you just nose in and I'm not towing anything, charge them extra. AI-enabled superchargers will be next level to dispatch towing services for block chargers. Yeah, that'd be cool. Enhance client safety via active enforcement. No theft is no downtime. Yep, future is definitely Tesla. So I like that idea. I also like the idea of just dispatching. Hey, when you get to the Valdosta supercharger, you need to be install 7B. And then if you see that I'm towing something, you can say 7B or I've said Valdosta. I don't even know what's there. And then if you have a towing, you can do the back in or the nose in, whatever happens to actually be there. And then if you're not towing, they just say, "Here's the spot you're going to." It's not as important on the V3s for that, except for the towing. But on the V2s, it's very important. Suggestion: leverage Tesla's software integration to create a virtual queue system. Yes, for overloaded stations. A virtual queue system that directs vehicles to the appropriate supercharger pedestal upon arrival. That's kind of what I just said. This ensures that people who arrive at busy supercharger can take in order of arrival, optimizes charging when there are shared pedestals. Yeah, that's also cool right there. If it just says, hey, get in queue, or go park and we'll tell you when it's your time. That's fine too. Maybe also where you are in line, so that if you get to like a Wawa or Sheetz or Buc-ee's and it says you're in queue, but you're next, then maybe you can just kind of sit right there. But if you're in queue and you're number 7, then you got time to go take a leak. Because if they skip you or if they sit there waiting on you, both of those can end up poorly. What I'm looking for is my response to that. Unless he posted it twice. I might have to go back to my tweets. I don't see one from G Custom on here. Nope. The dead horse means something since you solved it with Semi. Why couldn't you solve it with Cybertruck? No crosstalk between programs? Question mark. Wes says the semi truck has 900 kilowatt hours of battery pack. Simple. So I don't know if that's Mark One, Mark Two, or both. But yeah, that does make a difference because the Cybertruck only has 123 kilowatt hours. That's a ninth. But uh, the range extender should make a difference with that, and hopefully they could offer like a 200 or 300 kilowatt hour pack. Pretty sure this is news. Haven't heard that specific size announced before. Wes links to a Wikipedia article on the Semi. I looked at it last night and it was quite thin. I'll have to go through and look at the edits and stuff, and maybe in a different browser window to see why. For towing, you simply need a BFB, big freaking battery. What benefits of the dry cathode cells? Did anybody answer that this time? They went wrong, but don't fret, it's not your fault. Well, I didn't think it was. Dry cathode is more about lowering the cost per cell, not the performance per cell. That was my thought as well. For what it's worth, an old purported leak claimed that Gen 3 cells would provide another 10% improvement, but that was like 2 years ago, and time was probably not known that the Gen 3 would be the one to finally introduce dry coated cathodes. Of course, hey Anders, this is for you. Anders Nyman says, of course, us in Sweden, where most cars are sold with a trailer hitch, do this all the time with our Model 3s and Model Ys. Works like a beauty. So here's a Model Y, I'm sorry, Model 3, sorry, pulling a, what appears to be a pop-up trailer of some sort. Neato. Range extender, eyeballs. Any chance we'll be able to lift and lower the suspension from the app so we don't need to jack the trailer? I wonder if there was an answer came in on that one, since we remote buttons under the tailgate would be even better. Yes, but they're not there. So yeah, the app would be nice, or the screen. What about charging side? Will there be faster speeds in the future? Towing nearly doubles the energy use, so charging stops become much longer and more frequent, or more frequent, or both. Yeah, so my charging goes from anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes, or 30 minutes to almost an hour when towing, depending on how the car's taking down the energy, what the temperature is, what type of station we're at, that sort of thing. Um, at the end of our trip or the beginning of our trip, we could do a 10 or 15-minute charge, but the car's getting old. I haven't been able to do that in a while. Usually about 20 minutes. And yeah, it sucks recharging with the trailer, even if it's still attached, because I got to get up to 85 to 95%, depending on how far the next step in the network is, and assuming that the next step in the network isn't a destination charger, sorry, destination supercharger, or an urban supercharger. I would not take it to a destination charger unless we were going to stop and eat dinner and take a nap. But a urban supercharger, those don't work so well. And if it's in a parking garage, because my trailer is 7 feet tall on the inside, uh, most parking garages don't work for it. I guess I could drop it outside, but I'd like it to be near the car when I'm charging, because I'm gonna be there in a minute. I'm excited for the future OTA for towing. Nothing comes close to towing with the beast. And there's his dumping trailer. This might be the guy with his trash trailer. The Dirty Nickel. That's a cool name for his truck. The Dirty Nickel tows my home so much better than my previous F-150. That is a little bit much trailer for an F-150. So yeah, it better. The best upgrade for long haul towing will be aerodynamic covers that attach to the trailer, as the Fastlane EV and others have shown through testing. The range will be much better if the truck is taller in the back, basically to meet up with and help mitigate the effects of the front of the trailer on drag. This could be accomplished by adding attachment to the bed that attaches to the trailers. They kind of have that with the fairings on the side of the Semi. I don't know if they're still active or if they're just kind of fixed now. For any EV, this drag is the biggest component that reduces range. Something to think about, and maybe some accessories that could be applied in the future. Maybe. Will the range extender leave enough space to use an area to use an in-bed hitch like how a fifth wheel attaches? I hope so. The reason I'm kind of going through and reading these again is a lot of these didn't have answers when I went through them before. This is an obvious problem with thinking a fifth wheel trailer works on the Cybertruck. No, it's not. You just need a tall enough connection that avoids that. Or, like the one that Tesla showed us shortly after the unveil, one that has it in mind. I don't necessarily think it would, but it's a big miss for the range extender if it doesn't. I also haven't heard Tesla say it won't work. People at Ridgelines found a way. Yeah, see, right there, the Ridgeline, both Gen 1 and kind of Gen 2, had this issue as well, as did the Avalanche. I haven't heard Tesla say it won't work. People at Ridgelines found a way to do it with similar sides, so it's not impossible just because of the side panels. Exactly. It just means you need to be more careful, and it also is really bad for the aerodynamics. Like because now the trailer has to sit proud of all of that. Why doesn't the Model Y have a built-in brake controller? Surely you can implement it like the Cybertruck has. Expense. The Model Y can only tow 3,500 pounds. You don't legally need, in most jurisdictions, you don't need trailer brakes until 5,000 pounds. Or not say 5,000 pounds. I think it's right at 3,500 pounds. So you'd have to be grossed out on the Model Y. Yeah, I think it's, depending on where you are, 2,500 to 3,500 pounds is in the States, depending on where you are, is where you have to start looking at electric brakes on the trailer, and definitely buy 5,000 pounds. And I just don't think that the Model Y customer would use that much. Whereas a 20-inch wheel Model X can use it all day long, and it's still not included for us, even with the extra headroom to put stuff in the vehicle. Got mine Velcro to the bottom of the dash. But yeah, if they would put it on all the vehicles, that would be cool too. I'm seeing how if they put it on all the cars, they could make it cost them next to nothing. Longer range would do wonders, 420 miles actually. A range extender would be helpful, or faster charging via high-speed V4. All right, so I am not finding what I was looking for. So let's find, I saved it elsewhere. Because I was at least smart enough to save his tweets, even though I was not smart enough to save my own tweet. Da, da, da. Will the Cybertruck range extender be easily removable? Or could it be offered as a rental option from the local service centers? Wes says no, any range extender offered by Tesla will be structurally mounted, so it's safe in a crash. Those with integrated battery. I think that would be awesome, and I hope Tesla allows such a thing. Because if you can, even if the trailer doesn't have its own motor, if it has its own extra batteries, that could make a difference. Especially if they meet some kind of standard that Tesla wants to participate in for bidirectional. When you park it, charge it, and when you are driving, drain it. The capacity figure mentioned in this article cites no source and appears to be just a guess. Yeah, but Wes works at Tesla. Good to know Tesla doesn't do shortcuts. Is that sarcasm? So let's look in this one. Wes, is there no way to engineer a structural mounting system that is removable, or is it not cost effective? It seems like removable gooseneck trailer mounts solve the problem. They did, because some of those trucks don't always have their hitch in the bed. Others do. That storage under the bed would be a better place rather than just in the bed and taking up usable space. And I said, yeah, I'd give up the undertrunk smuggler's booty if, I think I call it smuggler's cove. If we could keep the entire bed, I think that would be awesome. But that's not the tweet I was looking for from me. Dead load when low state of charge. Please, Tesla needs to improve battery tech. Even Lucid does 5 miles per kilowatt, even being hundreds of kilos fatter than the Tesla Model S long range. And then this guy from the EV clinic is talking about how long-lived these batteries are if you keep the seals tight. So basically, keep water out of the battery. Inspect the I think he called them mushroom valves, to the ones that let water out or moisture out, and then make sure that they get replaced with new sealed units once you get everything dried out, and they last for a long, long time. Talking 200,000 kilometers, 200,000 miles, 600,000 kilometers. Sorry. Yes. Tell me you really don't want to sell this product without telling me you really don't want to sell this product. Plus the whole coolant line and HV connection issue, plus matching voltage and sock with the main pack, though that can be easy if you don't need the extender connected immediately. But if the extender never comes out, they can probably match it right there in the service center. I got to say, it's awesome to see you replying to all of us. Thank you, as a Tesla owner and Cybertruck reservation holder. Me too. I would like to see a lot more well-informed Tesla employees like you interacting with us. Maybe a community where you have to prove you're a Tesla owner. I don't care about that part. I do like to see them interact, and I don't like it when they interact and then Tesla starts letting people go. I'm hoping those were coincidences. Wes, will this affect the potential option for fifth wheel campers to be used with the Cybertruck? Uh, and for those who aren't aware, uh, you can actually have a little bit of height play with the fifth wheel connection. I don't know if it's enough to get over the sales, but they could engineer something if they wanted to. Although you might have to get a specific trailer that can handle being up that high to not interact, or maybe something to offset it a little bit. Not like those trailer dollies that they use for the semis, or for people who shouldn't be towing a fifth wheel but are doing it anyway. Just to offset it a little bit, so it doesn't interact with the sails. 5 to 10 years, the batteries are much better. Will the replacement batteries from Tesla for our vehicles essentially upgrade the vehicle range? If they don't cut you into legacy range by then, yeah. In fact, they've done it in the past. You could go from a Model S60 to a Model S90. Those are new cells and new packs. For example, in my shop, I can run the new DeWalt 20 volts in my 2013 DeWalt drills. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, they do that today. Yes, if they want to. See Model S60 to Model S90 service upgrades. Mr. Ology Car Lunacy says, just got an app update for Volta, rebranding their app to show that they have merged with Cell Recharge. Ha! When did that happen? I didn't even have their app. I guess I should get it. Let's go back. Published range extender images show it reducing bed length. Might be a better solution for it to cover the entire bed floor and only a few inches high. Bed length would then be maintained. I kind of like that idea, but at that point you lose both the undertrunk, and if they do allow a bed hitch system, then you can't do that through the battery. How much control do we have on draining the battery? Can we isolate the range extender and drain it first before the main battery? I don't think it matters if you can't take it out. Unless you're saying you want to put all your wear and tear on the removable pack, which I like that thinking. Put it in the trunk. Yeah, we talked about that. All right, let's see what this next one is, and then I don't know if I want to go looking for my reply. Just because I've got a lot of politics this week in my reply. Politics, people whining about the Olympic ceremonies. Oh, you know what? I can search my name and Wes's name, and that should be a lot closer. Kilowatt hours is uppercase W. This is true, but come on now. Massive. So that was about the 900 kilowatt hour pack. And that was the last one I saved in this one. And then we could skip the BMW i4 because we just talked about it while loading up that other Inside EVs article. No, we talked about it again. No, that was the Audi. No, we talked about that one. Let's see. We need at West and G Custom. I think there's one for replies. Working. Unblockable as F and Dalton. This one has 9. Oh, that's the wrong list. Oh, you know what? I'm not using his correct handle. That's why. It's WM Morrill 3. WM. Yeah, yep. I gotta type it all in. Where's autocomplete? RILL 3 at G Custom. He's got a lot of duplicates too. Probably not as many as Elon, but way more than I thought. There should be more than the one tweet, but it should have the one I want in here as well. Is there use the official unsupported way of deactivating the trailer mode and use FSD regardless on the highway? So this, like I said, there were tweets that were not there when I was participating in the thread. It was a lot more active. Usually I come to them after they've settled down. Is unsupported way of deactivating the trailer mode and use FSD regardless on the highway. I don't want to do that because when I bought my car, uh, trailering was still an option. And if you bought it without tow mode and then you added your Tesla had a warning against buying it without tow mode and then adding your own hitch and then towing, and they said if you ruined your drive unit, it was on you. And so for me, trying to run FSD by turning off trailer mode but still having the trailer attached, it just seems that the liability is too high, especially when you consider that I tow heavy enough that if something happened, uh, it would be bad. It would be bad. So I don't want to risk that workaround. I'd like to try it at some point, but I just cannot. Especially now that I've got FSD, it would not take the trailer into account. So what I want to see is for it to do auto steer. And so what he's replying to me with is, yeah, this one. I had a couple of them on this thread. Can we have the pull for FSD click to default into attack only when trailer mode is engaged, since auto steer isn't supported in that situation? I said, or give us auto steer on highways only. No highway is set up to cause the car to jackknife here, assuming that you haven't loaded the car, loaded the trailer stupid. If you loaded it stupid, then you would know, and you would know not to turn it on. Make it a confirmation every time you turn it on, like every time you start the car, not every time you activate cruise or auto steer, and shift into drive. I don't have an oddball trailer or load. If they do, then just tack. It's ridiculous that I had to make a towing profile, which has none of my favorites or location history to get tack back. I use the unofficial, unsupported way of deactivating trailer mode and use FSD regardless on the highway. But I prefer an easy way to have access to tack when FSD is purposely not available. And agreed, tack and steering assist without lane changes on the highway would be the best way to go when in trailer mode. Yeah. I so want to try this. But when I bought mine, tow package was an option. And they vocally warned not to add a hitch and to use it for towing if you didn't have the software. So basically, just bike racks and stuff. As it stood the chance to wreck the drive unit. I'm pretty sure the software is still there when you turn it off. But that warning scared the mess out of me to even attempt it. Da, 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 da. The grammar doesn't like me. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it works. It doesn't like Outa. Outa is real. I like it. I'm gonna keep it my vernacular. No, toe is the right word, not to. That's a block of text. I wanted to. It's like a run-on sentence. There's basically just bike racks. Stood the chance to wreck drive unit. There we go. Boop boop. So bet you guys get to see my weird brain working process. All right, let's go back to our search results. See if we can't find the one I've been looking for this whole time. So these two are the same. Yeah, give up the under truck booty. Yep, if you're towing with the range extender. Yep, I mean, if you're towing with the range extender, I also wouldn't load the bed like a literal ton of lumber, but I think there's some wiggle room there. I suspect. Anders says Volta is a vacuum cleaner brand in Sweden. That's awesome. If I'm connecting to tow, I'm fine with disabling FSD on that profile while parked. Yeah, but while parked on that profile, I don't feel like the usual FSD versus EAP profile shortcut is worth it for that use case. FSD can just be off. So the problem is that when either the geniuses at the NHTSA or I'm blaming Elon if it was somebody at Tesla made it so that single pull is the only option, it meant that to get any cruise control at all, you had to have another profile or park it and switch it and park it and switch it, which is just asinine. But if you do the profile trick, that other profile doesn't have your saved locations. And some of the other settings are also wrong. It doesn't just, when you make the new one, it doesn't just clone the existing settings. It clones a lot of them. But then every now and then you'll find something that just didn't match up, which is not fun. If you're towing with the range, okay, yeah. So he was saying, what was he saying? Any range extender by Tesla. Curious about things that the range extender does, as we've seen it, to make it so that the truck doesn't have a flat bed when load shift during transport or things are dropped on it, say loading the bed with a forklift and someone drops a load on the top of the pack, that the range extender is going to have to be extremely strong so that it doesn't dent and damage the pack, right? So at this point, I'm thinking that if you're going to get the truck loaded by like a forklift or some folks just tossing stuff in like bricks and they don't really care, you're going to want to just bring your trailer. And the reason you have the range extender is you are a supercommuter or you tow. So if you already tow, just bring your trailer to the hardware store, the big box hardware store. Or, like you said, it's still going to need some protection, but maybe it's a little bit of overthinking it because the bed will shrink considerably for forklift loading, by the time that this is in there as shown shortly after launch. When loads shift during transport or things are dropped on it, so yeah, you do need the sides to be pretty robust as well for things like that. Or if the forklift accidentally hits too far in and tries to poke the cam there. On top of that, pack range extender are going to be extremely strong, so it doesn't dent and damage the pack, right? Weight and impact on the GV, the gross vehicle weight rating and the gross combined weight rating. What is it going to weigh, and how will it impact the vehicle capacities? For example, if this battery weighs 1,000 pounds, that only leaves 1,500 pounds of available payload left. Max ton capacity for towing, the purpose of the range extender, because bought the range extender to tow, is 1,100 pounds. That only leaves 400 pounds of available payload for the truck. That's enough for maybe 2 people and absolutely no cargo. Thermal management. Is it going to have its own built-in thermal management system, or is it going to be tied into the vehicle system? I think 3 doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't Nissan Leaf it and forget a thermal management system. If it has its own or if it ties into the truck, no big deal. Although the best part is no part, so tying it into the truck would make the most sense that way. Sammy says it won't be made. They're going to owe a lot of people some money. He believes it will be made, but I don't think the solution for long haul towing and hauling is that it was billed to be due to the compromises you'd make with it in its current form as we know it. That's why I'm hoping Wes or Tesla will elaborate on what the range extender is actually going to be. I think it's going to look something like the concept. My guess is that as far as thermal management goes, it will be tied in with the existing system. As far as the rated weight, I'm sure those huge underestimates, and the truck in actuality could take a lot more, but probably has to be rated lower for regulation. Ratings are there for a reason. This guy's thinking that he's going to go over them, and that's not how I took it. I mean, people shouldn't be, depending on the situation, I'm all right with it. A few Uberners pushing it, I can't advocate that. You expose yourself to massive liability should something go wrong and you're over towing. And even if you don't have a problem caused by that, you can still get a spot check. They roll out the portable scales and you are bumped. So forget that part. My guess is either some regulation that's set to a hard cap these weight ratings, kind of like how the 26-foot box trucks that you can rent are all capped at 26,000 pounds, rather than what the frames for a 26-foot box truck can sometimes get up to. Even the same one that doesn't say Penske on the side or U-Haul on the side, with the same engine, same transmission, same frame, will be like 33,000 pounds, 37,000 pounds on the purely commercial rather than the rental truck. And yes, you can, kind of like he's getting at, you can opt to derate as long as your drivers and loaders don't overload the new derated, but that can save you on taxes and insurance and other things there. So it sounded like that's what he was getting at, and that's kind of how I picked it up, that they derated the Cybertruck. And that does sound kind of like what happened, that they derated it from the prototype, and not just because it's smaller than the prototype. Anyway, additional weight before it can be weight rating can be raised, or maybe it's something to do with vehicle dynamics, but I doubt most of that. I wonder if the types of potential loads are taken into account with the weight rating. Maybe they don't assume that the load in the bed will be low, and even so, once they guarantee what that weight will be, in this case, it will be the range extender's placement that gives it more leeway to increase the max weight. So as I'm reading this, it's how it sounded in my head, and I kind of stopped, and so I replied. I read it, the original reply, not this new one. I read it as you felt that there was room in there with or without additional components. So either that Tesla just derated the truck so they could qualify for something in the US and Canada or worldwide. And because it's derated, when you add the towing, the range extender to it, they would be able to restore some of the actual numbers to keep the placard the same. Obviously, they'd need to print you a new sticker or put a little addendum on it saying that while the battery extender is in the bed, looks like this. These are the new ratings. And then the other possibility of that was not that they necessarily derated it exclusively, like just through the numbers, but say you needed another valve for the air suspension system, or uh, obviously you're going to need a software update, but something in there that when they add the battery pack, and since they're already in there in service, similar to how when you change um, not that you could switch, but there was a Model S coil spring and a Model S smart air suspension. Uh, there were adjustments between the two, and so maybe some of those similar title changes would have to be made to. I didn't take that the right way. So there was a Model S coil suspension and a Model S smart air suspension, and on both of those, you have to make changes if you go from say the 60 kilowatt hour battery to the 90 kilowatt hour battery, and on the later S's, I think it was just a matter of on the smart air suspensions just telling it that you put the new battery in it and it would adjust. But on the coil springs, that was not an option. You had to put new suspension components in. And on the earlier air suspension, I don't know if the later literally became just a change the buttons, but on the earlier ones, it was the same as the coil. You had to physically change some parts so they could handle the increased weight of the new pack. So anyway, that's what I was suggesting they might have done here. With or without components to keep the ratings with the extender. So you'd still be able to tow 11,000 pounds. You'd still be able to have 1,100 pounds on the hitch, and still 2,500 pound payload, even though you've put a massive amount of payload in there with those battery packs. Uh, but for various reasons, it either didn't have them or more robust parts. Excuse me, it didn't either didn't have the most robust parts or had the ratings kept or derated. Derated was the word I was looking for. And they would be restickered while getting the pack installed. Yep. I mean, if you were towing with the range extender, I wouldn't also load the bed with little. You can't load the bed also with a literal ton of lumber. But there will be times where, since Wes is telling us we can't take the extender out, that you'll still use it as a regular pickup truck, and it would be nice to not have to account for the new thing, um, especially like you said when you're towing, but also when you're just using it as a truck to lose that payload would suck. I'd love to see someone max out the front trunk and bed. While also, why did it blink? Why did it blink? That was so weird. Max out the front trunk and bed while also having 5 people in the car. Just to test this theory. No, don't overload the vehicle. But I'm pretty sure this truck. You can't edit a reply. So what's happening here? I'm pretty sure the truck is designed to handle these weights in pretty extreme applications like off-roading. Excuse me. So for normal road use, I expect it to handle a little extra weight just fine. Yeah, let me test it. I mean, yeah, you can test it, but not like with the public, not with your family and your goods, like in a test lab. Yeah, sure, make a video. Um, Joe, Tesla owner's Silicon Valley. He loaded his Cybertruck up with more bricks than the payload allows, and it did just fine. Um, I hope he didn't take it anywhere once he did that, because that would be not safe. But I didn't watch the whole video. I don't think I watched the video at all. I think I just looked at the pictures. I'm pretty sure this truck is designed to handle these weights in extreme conditions. Extra weight is fine. They may change in the future the tuning on the suspension. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, something like that. Or change how the air bladders respond to bumps and turns to handle the added weight. Maybe remove some comfort inside the vehicle or dynamic performance. But I could see it being a quick release to adding the vehicle weight while not blowing out the air components in the suspension. All right, and Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy says the limit on the box trucks, I think, is related to requiring a CDL and getting into learning about air brakes. Exactly, yeah. So I think one rating is for air brakes, another rating is for um, definitely the straight up CDL. And so if you look at some of these vehicles that are either available for sale or available for rent, they are all 1 pound under the limit, even though you can see they're wildly different size chassis and constructions. And basically, what they're getting at is they paid either paid extra or just took the $0 option to get the lower rating sticker printed. So even though the chassis can do so much more, the vehicle is not legally allowed to do that. And so what you'll sometimes see on the used trucks is you'll see folks take it back to the factory, or if the factory knows what's going on with it, they'll just for a fee they'll send you the new label and update their records, and you'll have the new label, and you'll have to comply with the CDL and other requirements. Uh, but that fee is basically an administrative fee to update the records at the factory and to send you um, the new labels. The other thing that you'll see is with the used trucks is the same thing, but going back to the cap. Say they bought it was too heavy. Hey, can you get me the 25,999 pound rating, please? Not the 26 and 750. Yep. Okay, so that still I don't think was the one that I was looking for. I was looking for the one about the parking signs. So we're almost there if we're talking about the range extender, because the range extender happened after. Um, how do I get more? I want more. More search. Um, charge. Oh, that's not. That's not it at all. Park. I told you who I wanted. I wanted to search those two handles. Oh, I already searched back. Let's search nose, and then I'll just try another. I reorder them because that's not. So I just put us. That works, but I need one with the towing. It just doesn't, or not towing, the one with the charging. It just doesn't go back far enough. Um, so basically, it was something I felt was pretty insightful, but not enough to keep track of. On the comment about lazy parkers, like that lady in the Model S. All right, so you know what? I should have looked at the date that all those happened. 25 minutes, 16 minutes, July 26th ish. Something went wrong. You're gonna embarrass yourself publishing all your tweets, you weirdo. I want to see the Model S 60 to 90 upgrades. Pack. Towing. These are the recent ones. I want some. Are they not in order? Because that one's this one. 21 hours, 20 hours, 26. Yeah, like I said, people were complaining about the Olympics. Elon's a weird guy sometimes. Tammy's car bit the dust, unfortunately. She had a nice 2013 and it just gave up. Um, uh, I guess I do tweet more than I thought I did. Elon and his family, uh, trans people, uh, relationships, smuggler's booty. So there we go. We're in the right section of the time. 27th. That guy's tweet. Um, that was before I saw what people were complaining about on the Olympics. Still was confused after I saw what they were talking about. um, this one, this one is not political, but basically it was a terminology thing where, similar to the vein of don't ask a SA victim what they were wearing. This one is suggesting that if somebody is a victim of manipulated images that made it look like they were doing something that they weren't, particularly of a nature with or without clothing, and of a basically something embarrassing that they didn't do, that they shouldn't call it revenge, uh, that they should call it cyber exploitation, because revenge kind of suggests that they might have done something to deserve it, and the other word suggests that it was kind of consensual, or that they were getting paid for this, when really it was a jilted person with inadequate coping mechanisms making images of their former love interest, or apparently just classmates that weren't even involved in this. When you look at the younger children, just classmates, even, and trying to spread these images and videos, eh, these inauthentic images and videos, or totally legitimate media that that was only meant for their partner and wasn't meant to be shared with the world. And so instead of calling it revenge material, you could call it cyber exploitation. And so, like I said, it wasn't political, and I agreed with what she was saying there. And as a man, I constantly am getting tuned into little things from like my wife and my sisters and mother that just did not even cross my mind because of my paradigm just wasn't tuned into it. I mean, some stuff I just got because I have eyes, I pay attention, and other stuff was like, whoa, I did not think of it that way, and that was one of those things. So let's see. This one is talking about software updates for 12.5.1. And this person says, will 12.5 be pushed to owners who are on hardware 3, or is it only for hardware 4? Something happened in between there. I said, yeah, many examples of previous rollouts. I won't get excited until it starts going out to Intel cards at hardware 3, and then more so when I didn't have the so. More when I see legacy cards getting it, because then I might be able to try it out. This guy's complaining about pronouns, and I pointed out that my name, if you don't know me, doesn't tell you if you should say Mr. Green or Mrs. Green, and or sir or ma'am, and that's why I think I've got my pronouns in the bio. I did it at one point. That's why I do it, and I don't know. Oh, I guess I can show it right here without reloading the page. Nope. Anyway, so here's what the woke mind virus, same stuff that Elon says. Is that a fly? Something just flew past me. All of which are red flags. I said, or you could have a unisex name that skews mostly female. Talking about myself here. Many other reasons to have pronouns in bio, but not just me. Or you can have a unisex name that skews mostly female, and instead of constantly being called she, her, ma'am, you can just put he, him, they in your bio, so you don't have to gently remind folks that you've been male the whole time, and have to deal with the embarrassed apologies for their assumptions. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't care. But stop calling me she, because if you don't correct them, they'll just keep doing it, and it's annoying. Uh, that's just me, so I don't begrudge anyone putting whatever in there for the most part for whatever reasons. There are some offensive replies to what they want to put in their bio for their pronouns. Like I'm not gonna call you a deity, and I'm not gonna call you anything that demeans me. So that's what I'm getting at there. But for the most part, I'll call you whatever you need to be called. The titles Mr. and Mrs. do the required disambiguation in this case. No, they don't. You'd think so, but that hasn't worked in all of my decades. I'm getting old. But that's not the one I was getting at. Oh, I haven't seen that reply yet. Okay, but that's still not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for more of the. What if I do this? Oh, I see what happened. This is Zuby. I don't care about Zuby. I want my search. Uh, Taylor Robinette points out this one was interesting. I didn't think to save it for the show, but here it is. Prices for a 2.4 mile, 17-minute ride in San Francisco. Uber, $12.13. Lyft, $25.70. Waymo, $32.85. Emoji. Can't wait for the autonomous option to be the cheapest option too. And I replied that indeed something isn't right. Uh, the one without the humans should cost noticeably less. Uh, if you had to do a 1,500-mile road trip, and which would you choose and why? Question mark. I did and chose. All right, you chose the beast, but I would if I had to pick a 1,500-mile road trip. Yeah, I'd pick the Model Y Performance with FSD. I don't know that's what I picked. I think that's just final results. That's what won. Just for a road trip, yeah. But I would probably pick a truck if I wanted it for me. I was curious if those seats folded. I hadn't experienced it or seen it. So I said yes. On the 5 and 7 seats, after 2017 and a half, the middle seats on the Model X fold flat to the floor. But prior to that, you had the 3 motorized seats in the middle, just like the 6 seats, but there was a third one in the middle, and they would kind of motor up and down, and they don't fold. They kind of tuck up against the front seats and tip a little bit, but it's not the same thing. It's a lot less useful than even the 6 seat or the 5 seat or 7 seat, or the folding 7 seat. The recommended daily intake of salt is the worst thing about human's body. Oh, they were talking about how they might have come across one of the comments, and I was commenting on that. 7 seats is plenty of room for my wife and I. So they were talking about car camping, and we were comfortable with the handful of times we overnighted in it. Now it's usually just me while she tends to the baby on our long trips. Typically, she'll wake me up as supercharging is finishing, and I very quickly pointed out that this was not the older 7 seats, just in case. This is the 7 folding seats, not the original 3 pretty seats in the middle. That one is even less functional than the 6 seat for these things. Ms. Electric Car Lunacy says the limit on trying to road trip in a truck has been a bad idea for decades. Not sure why folks continue to debate it. Yeah, sedans and SUVs are way more comfortable for this. Now, if you told me that was a trip you needed to make sometimes, and which one would I buy, I would still buy the truck because I tow. But if you told me I have a choice of these 2 vehicles, like as a rental, or if I just had these 2 vehicles, I would pick the Model Y. It has a longer range, it's more comfortable, it's more aerodynamic. Why not take the Model Y Performance instead of the Cyber Beast on that kind of road trip if you have both at your disposal? Also fun is the Model YP being lower, so lower drag than the Model Y long range. Slap Gemini wheels on there and take a trip. Oh yeah, absolutely. Trev says, "Oh my God, what does this mean?" And I said, "Whoo, wow, double rainbow all the way across the sky." And then he got it. Some of you guys will get it. Some of you guys will either have missed it or somehow be too young for it. How long ago was the double rainbow video? Stand by. I'm checking something. How long ago was double rainbow guy video? The double rainbow guy video is thinking, searching, searching for the date. They got it from Business Insider for some reason. Double rainbow video was uploaded to YouTube by Paul Bear Vasquez in January 8th, 2010. It quickly became a viral sensation, especially after being tweeted by Jimmy Kimmel on July 3rd, 2010. Did we have tweets in 2010? I've been on Twitter for longer than Elon, and it all runs together. Yeah, the double rainbow guy. So at least 2010, if not earlier than that. Employer do not do this in CA. This one was the guy got a divorce and they lowered his pay rate, which could expose them to some serious exposure. I am. I have no idea what's happening here, but it can't be good. I said a couple scenarios I thought of were all bad. Oh, here we go. No, that's not what I was looking for. Or give us auto steer on the highways. We talked about that. It's ridiculous. I got to make a towing profile. Yep. So we're getting close to when that should be. I'm hoping it's worth all this searching, but I guess it kind of was. We found some tweets that were worth talking about. We got distracted with my weird replies to people. You can see I don't troll. 12.5.3 is probably suitable for wide release. We were talking about what version we're on. Elon to discuss XAI investments. We were talking about the state Supreme Court ruling about boneless wings being a cooking style instead of a description that you should expect that there are no bones. That was me to Zuby about my name. Here, Elon retweeted or replied to this saying it was super cool, a V16 engine. And I was like, it looks cool on the outside, but does nothing for me with all that combustion. And if it was an EV or is it current combustion, because this is a new vehicle built in 2024 off of a 1930s, 1920s concept. But this part right here about having to get into the trunk like this was just super annoying to me. I'm like, not only is the trunk small, but if I had to take screwdrivers and twist tugs and all this to get into my trunk, this is a 2024 car. There should be a remote, boop, boop, and that thing pops open. You shouldn't have to go twisting all that stuff. I get twisting it to look at the engine or work on the engine. That's fine. But to use the trunk was just ridiculous. So Elon said awesome, and I said meh. Looks nice. I'm not into combustion cars and all that faffing with tools to get into the trunk. Question mark. People complaining about meat. Oh, the boneless. I was like, I don't even eat meat. I knew that boneless meant. Political. I am looking for. Oh. Wake me up when Tesla takes full financial responsibility for damages while using FSD. I said that would be awesome. Worth shouting from the rooftops, but I wouldn't hold my breath with reports of how wonderful it is with no interventions. I need to see for myself, but I do take words of additional caution, such as watch your wheels, it's going to curb them. Something additional to look out for when mine finally gets updates. I am still looking for the reply about the charging. This was somebody complaining about Tesla warranty work. I'm about to give up on it. Andre Carthy was talking about how LLMs work for like why they can't do stuff like when you ask it how many R's are in the letter strawberry and like they can't get it right. It's because they don't see the word strawberry. They see, for all intents and purposes, a strawberry emoji or some other random. So if you ask it how many letters are in the emoji strawberry, and it's just going to make some crap up because it doesn't see them. Steam Deck. So the 25th, I didn't see the reply. So let's forget about the charging station guy and continue on, because we did find some good stuff in there. But now, all right, we talked about the BMW i4, EPA more range. This one was interesting to me. Hydrogen seems super sketchy at Cummins' new UK test facility. So Cummins has a new powertrain test facility for their alt fuels. So it's going to be battery, electric, fuel cell combustion, propane, methane, LPG, all of them. Just not straight diesel or gasoline. Cummins says the new Dyno facility positions the company at the forefront of new ultra-low and zero-emissions powertrain technologies as the industry shifts its focus to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving efficiency. But the steps they take to keep staffers safe from hydrogen should give hydrogen enthusiasts pause. At an expansion of the European technical operations functions, Cummins announced the official opening of its new fuel-agnostic powertrain test facility at the company's Darlington, UK campus last week. Scrolling on down, so basically they're saying it's better than their rolling road test type test rigs. But what was important about all of this, why I saved it, was see how this reads to you. With regards to hydrogen, the test area features a series of safety checks. These include sensors placed around the vehicle and the interior of the facility to monitor fuel leaks. The interior walls are designed to protect test engineers in the event of an explosion, while exterior walls have specifically designed plates to help alleviate blast pressure. Additionally, the HVAC system is capable of renewing all air in the chamber more than once per minute, which helps prevent the buildup of dangerous gas pockets. Quoting the executive who gave the tour. Yikes. Cummins put more than $16.5 million into the new test facility, which can accommodate vehicles ranging from light-duty and medium-duty pickups to massive 44-ton over-the-road semi-trucks, so over-the-road being long-haul semi-trucks, and the UK's famous double-decker bus. Oh, wow. I didn't read this part of it. They can hold a double-decker bus. Not bad. Double-decker transit buses. So that means it's got the height and the length. Imagine that other than if they have bendy buses, they're articulated buses, that they won't have anything quite as long as what we have here in the States or down in Australia. The bendy buses, I think, get to 60 feet. Ridiculously long. Mr. All Electric Car Lunacy says, hydrogen sounds so safe after hearing that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'd feel safe with the precautions that the facility took in keeping me safe, but the fact that they need all of that, yeah, it doesn't sound like a fuel I want to be messing with. Or if you don't want to call it a fuel, a energy transfer medium or whatever. Hydrogen is as much of a fuel as electricity is, and that you can't really create it or destroy it. It's kind of does stuff. With many of these, only use one driven axle, but front and onboard rear axles can be. But both front and rear axles can be hooked up to dynamometers with all wheels connected. Yeah, because like if it has like a anti-skid or slip system or something like that, you want to make sure that you don't have to turn that stuff off, because an easy way to fool the test is if you have to turn that stuff off, it means that you put it on a dyno. Oh, they've turned off the ABS. Let's go ahead and get into a more economical regiment. Anyway, help delivering more accurate data as it calibrates its powertrains. And top comment was, hydrogen is not a safe fuel to use for the average person, but that is not what is important. It's not it is just not a good option with all the other options available. Yeah, we were talking about that at the beginning of the show. Or actually somewhere earlier around the time of the Tesla impact statement, we were talking about it. The new facility is a key part of Destination Zero strategy to reduce greenhouse gas and air quality impacts of our products. Help our customers. Electric says, despite breaking new ground on a new $2 billion battery factory in Mississippi a few weeks ago, Cummins seems committed to not committing to a battery electric future. I mean, they are synonymous with diesel engines. And look at all the Japanese manufacturers and their commitment to BEVs. And was it Upton Sinclair about making a man understand something when his wages depend that he doesn't? Continuing on. But if anything is going to convince Cummins management that it's impossible for hydrogen to effectively compete with battery electric, something VW Group's MAN Trucks division has already figured out, by the way, it may just be a sketchy hydrogen incident. I mean, that'll do it in a heartbeat, especially if they lose somebody or have a casualty, not the death, but like a severe injury that they have to deal with. I'm not wishing that on anybody, but that will open eyes of all but the most callous. Here's hoping it doesn't come to that, and that any readers working at the new Darlington facility stay safe. This one we just talked about, Tesla Cybertruck, has to be mounted in service. This is actually the next one, so let me just open it now. Then let's look at these conversation real quick. Stay fueled. Give you an update on that. Worked in facilities that had both hydrogen and had both hydrogen gas piped in and dyno rigs running. Gas monitoring for hydrogen is extremely normal for the gas, but I've never heard of detectors actually going off. It's one of those things where the probability of danger is low. As a bespoke facility, the risk is slightly higher than a sealed series manufacturer system like a fuel cell vehicle powertrain, which will have gone through DFMEA. I'm not quite sure what that is. Sounds like a regulation or testing. DFMEA is not that. Some kind of Greek something or other. The lost epic of ancient Greek literature. It's definitely not that. But still low. But the severity of danger if something does happen is high. Monitoring and other safety systems are normal. I'd be more nervous around the dyno rig, honestly. Yeah, but dyno rigs exist elsewhere, so it wouldn't be any more or any different danger than any other dyno except for the hydrogen part. Experimental equipment running at potentially 10,000 RPM or higher. If something breaks at high speed, you'll be needing those blast shields. Personally, I reckon the content of that job listing says more about the nerves and maybe even biases of the person writing it than the hazards of hydrogen. I'd work there. Can they just use a lit match? I mean, that's not the way to do it, but you could. Don't forget the hydrogen burns clear. No smell, no it burns clear, but the stuff that then burns after that, you can start to see. There was a good documentary on the potential dangers posed to hydrogen propulsion system a few years back. It was presented by a man named Sterling Archer. It was not a good one. I mean, it was funny, but it was not realistic. Fuel cell technologies just seem like a waste of time and money, regardless of safety issues. Why create a vehicle that needs another fuel, the price of which can be manipulated by giant energy companies? It's just oil 2.0. It's worse, actually, because it comes from oil, so you got to do that twice. Hi, baby. No, mom. Maybe because mommy's cooking something, or maybe she wants a break. Try again later. You can't have a bear. You have another one tomorrow.
Why no mama?
You'll have to ask mommy why no mama. But no bear because you had one today already. The bears are the multivitamins again. Oil 2.0, not to mention the fact that infrastructure for hydrogen fueling stations barely exists. The fuel goes through the walls of everything you put it in. Not to mention the fact their infrastructure take trillions of dollars to develop and expand. Also, hydrogen can be produced in a cleaner way and dirtier, and they choose the dirtier because it's cheaper and faster. But more than likely, the cheaper way. Which way do you think the energy companies will produce a new fuel in order to make themselves profitable? The cheap way. We should be focusing on BEVs and improving battery chemistries and efficiencies with a major focus on solar charging and recyclability. Solar or any renewables, really. So let's see. let's just move on to this next article that was already next on the list. Chinese begin exports of four-axle SANY electric cement mixer, but it's really a concrete mixer. See, I wouldn't have made that mistake had I read it from the notes. Put next to it, concrete. Be careful, because I don't want you to fall. Be careful isn't a no. It's just a be careful. Why careful? Because if you fall and hurt yourself, you're going to be unhappy. You want this? This one. Okay. Let me get you a vessel. I heard you. This one or this one? The blue one? Okay. I heard you. Yes, blue one. Oops, I just spilled some snack on my floor. Why blue? Because you told me blue. Yeah. Okay. Back to this. So this is a concrete mixer, not a cement mixer, because I don't think you need to mix cement for transport. But you do have to mix concrete, otherwise it'll set. Uh, and a cement truck kind of looks like a sand truck, really. Basically the same thing. It's a dry particle truck. It's got kind of like it's like a camel or a cow. It's got these little lumps in the bottom where you can drain the cement, and kind of a round shape. Whereas like concrete truck is kind of mostly water, rocks, and cement. So it looks like this and it spins it around. But those are semantics. These trucks are four axle. The E mixer cement mixer, they now think it's ready to take on the world. So they're now starting world exports, starting at Singapore's Pan United Corp. And uh, this is their journey to become a carbon neutral ready mix concrete company by 2050. And the brand's ambition is to become a global player in the heavy truck space. They want to reduce the carbon footprint of transporting ready mix concrete by 45% compared to a conventional ice powered truck. And I think that will be pretty easy for them to do. And they can probably do this even more uh, by making sure they fuel themselves with renewable resources. Uh, Concrete itself, as it cures, puts out a lot of CO2, so I don't think that they can get to zero without a chemical change, but they can eliminate the diesel and gas, but mostly diesel um, emissions part of it, which is nice. All right, so they have mixers available in 6x4 and 8x4 configurations, available with 350 kilowatt hour battery packs. Blue. Blue light? Okay. Ah, you got it from the candy over there? She found an M&M in the trail mix and turned her tongue blue. So it's available with a 350 kilowatt hour battery pack that's good to drag the big truck and a full load of 10 cubic meters of concrete, well over 24,000 kilograms or 50,000 pounds, more than 150 kilometers or 95 miles on a single charge. And here's a case where, again, these folks know their routes. And in addition to um, it being a kind of a local delivery type situation, you have an additional constraint on concrete that as soon as it's poured, a clock starts ticking before it sets. And once it sets, you've got a really nasty time trying to clean it out of the truck if the full load sets. So you've got a timer going and a distance. So 95 miles is no big deal. You don't really want to go much further than that. 95 miles on a charge. Company says the truck can be fully charged in under 2 hours. That's not bad. The e-mixer sends the power to its wheels through a 6-speed transmission with significant torque multiplication, enabling it to claw up a 30% grade even when fully loaded. So this is another important part right here. Why they don't want to do direct drive is not only is it heavy, um, some of the places you'll need these things will not be properly prepared. You might have some crush and run. You might have just dirt and mud, and so a transmission would be actually useful here, in addition to um, cheaper. Actually, it might not even be cheaper, depending on what comparisons they're making. More exposure to EVs breeds confident EVs, breeds more EV sales, and so on and so forth. Uh, and like I keep saying, the bean counters are going to come in on this. Especially politics and propaganda carry less weight than dollars and cents. The reduced fuel costs, lower total cost of ownership, fewer employee sick days, and and improved site safety pay for themselves quickly. Yeah, so even site safety, you're like, well, what about this? If it's not making even a tenth of the noise, and the foreman shouts across the way, "Hey, look out! The crane's coming over!" This thing isn't rattle trapping its way in there. The worker can hear it, looks up, ducks. You've saved one life right there, immediately. But we're talking, you don't have the people having respiratory issues. You don't have the people who help it have the, the the injuries from vibrations. The driver's not having injuries from vibrations. All around. And in the comments at the time, there were 4, including mine, and there's still just 4. First guy says, "Cement is a dry powder. Concrete is a cement. Concrete is cement, stone, and water mixed. Sorry, the civil engineer in me cannot resist." Oh, it already said I gave him an up, dude. This guy says, "Mixer driver here." So he's the engineer that specifies the material. He's the guy who drives the material. Mixer driver here. I was going to make the same correction, but you beat me to it. Sadly, they're more interested in shilling for China than actually being correct. I'd wager they will not make the correction. They did not make the correction, so you're right there. I know if my company tries to put me in front of those new pieces of rolling garbage, I'll be driving for a different company within a week. So he's kind of like a Facebook guy. He doesn't want to drive. I don't know if he doesn't want to drive electric or if he doesn't want to drive Chinese. I replied, I didn't realize I got a reply. I don't think that it was the China part, but the common confusion between cement trucks and concrete trucks, as well as cement and concrete the materials, combined with there not being any recent news on any American or European EV concrete trucks, while these are about to start export to their viewers' regions. Hopefully, they'll make that correction, though. They did not make that correction. EcoStan says, why? Why? What? I don't know why, but this is cool. Next up, we talked about that one actually. So then finally, before we talk about the EV Nomads, I say finally, we've got, this one could be 2. Let's see what this is. I think it's just 1. I said EV Nomads. The HV Nomads. What's my shirt looking like? It's a long show today, wasn't it? I did start 5 minutes late. I did get distracted by the child. All right, so this one I didn't really want to read the article, just the concept. This happened as I was loading everything up for the show today. Cruise is aiming to relaunch driverless ride-hailing this year, according to Bloomberg. The majority GM-owned company lost its self-driving permit last year after an incident. I don't want to call it an accident. An incident involving a pedestrian in October. So what happened here, if you don't recall, is a pedestrian was hit by a different human-piloted vehicle, and then the Cruise automated vehicle drove over the victim and then drugged them at least 20 to 40 feet. Mistakes happen. Something like this cannot be easily predicted and simulated and modeled, although they have it now. The problem was what they did next. One, the vehicle should not have kept moving once it lost the human. 2, they edited the video, not like put a blur on it or something like that. They made it appear that the vehicle did the right thing and stopped within a foot or 2. But it did not. Several car lengths. 20 to 40 feet on a bolt is several car lengths. Then they lied about how everything happened and what their responses were to the government. And the government responded by revoking their license, which I think was letting them off easy. Then, sometime this past week, they confirmed that they were not working on their bread box. Um, for those that don't know me and the bread box is these square little people mover boxes that all look the same but have different logos on them. Mommy will bring you up. I'll bring you up. Anyway, so these are the people pods. You've seen them from the likes of, like, I think this is and Cadillac, and even the Boring Company had a version of the bread box. Their original copy of or copy their original. They had a real vehicle, but the original render of the multi passenger Boring Loop vehicle was a version, an interpretation of the bread box, but worse than everybody else's as far as comfort. Like, because it looked like you had to stand in this glass box, whereas everybody else just kind of have bench seats or bucket seats, and you can swivel and talk to people or not. Anyway, so they canceled that, and they confirmed that they canceled it either like yesterday or last week or sometime very recently. And now they're saying they're planning to come back. And I wasn't planning on going into the article, but now I'm curious how they think that's acceptable. What have they done to fix it? GM Cruise is aiming to relaunch driverless ride hailing this year. This year? I was thinking like within a year, like 2025. So in 2024. Uh, hit a pedestrian in October. Hit pedestrian. Uh, they hope to begin offering driverless rides this year. So that means they're going to be back in these things then, if they cancel the other vehicle. Relaunched paid driverless rides in 2025, according to people familiar with the matter. And a report from Bloomberg, majority-owned GM company, telling you about the crash. Since the incident, Cruise has been involved in investigations and hearings from regulators, all while trying to regain their trust and launch self-driving operations. Once again, I don't think you can get that trust back. Let there be a hint of something, and you just know you can't trust what the company's telling you. Cruise lost 1.2 billion in the second quarter, and the company remains without revenue since it isn't charging passengers for rides or reselling any other services. In May, Cruise began driver-operated testing of its vehicles in Phoenix. Okay, so basically like expensive Uber. Expensive meaning they got to pay the driver, pay the engineers, have those expensive vehicles with the hat on top, all the sensors. But I guess it's also good for adding more training data to have drivers going around. At Cruise, we're committed to earning back the trust of regulators. Regulators first. How about the public first? The public, through our commitments and our actions, wrote GM CEO Mary Barra in Q1 letter to shareholders in April. She is, I'm surprised she still has that job at this point with the way that Ford is beating them and the embarrassment of leading with 24 sales at the Biden announcement. They recently announced that they would be ending production of the Origin self-driving vehicle. That's the one I was just talking about. So when I say bread box, let's cruise on over there, cruise, and take a look at what I mean by bread box. So those of you that aren't quite picturing it know what I'm talking about. Vehicles that look like this. You don't really necessarily know what side is front, what side's back. They are totally utilitarian. They might have a little style, like this one's got these little curved doors, but they aren't something that you'd want to own. They get the job done. And since they're kind of like city transport, they don't even need to be aerodynamic. It wouldn't hurt to be aerodynamic, depending on what you pay for electricity. But the more aerodynamic it is, the harder it is to make it comfortable for people to sit in any direction or stand in it. they'll focus their autonomy efforts on the next generation of Chevrolet Bolt EV. So basically, forget that bread box. When the next Bolt is ready, we're gonna be ready for that. So hopefully they're in there with the engineers getting ready so that as the first bolts come off the line, they can have some of these top-headed bolts ready to go versus having to either A, wait in line, or B, take from the folks who are waiting in line because they aren't a huge corporation that also is owned by the manufacturer to get their cars. I think she's past her nap by quite a few hours based on if you can hear that screaming and crying. And if you can't, I'm sorry. All right, so that's Cruise. And Scion with the asymmetrical rear window was funny. Yeah, that one and the Nissan with the same, the Nissan Cube. Speaking of bread boxes, yeah, they were also little cubes and squares. All right, so I still don't see anything on nothing on multi-stream, but it was on YouTube chat as well, where Barson said hello, and then nothing after that. So the update for HV Nomads, what's going on there is of the insurance we have and the insurance available to us, they're concerned about the use of the vehicle as a commercial vehicle. And with our plan to piecemeal the process of converting it from a cargo trailer to a EV RV, not self-propelled, still a trailer. It was gonna. We'd have to continue to carry the coverage we have on it now. And that coverage doesn't include coverage for any of the stuff that is permanently added to the vehicle because it's supposed to just be a cargo trailer that we take around. So if we add $5,000 of new appliances and windows and solar and battery, for instance, to use that as just out of the air number because that's not the number. It's low actually. If something happens to that while it's still in process of construction, like say a hurricane comes and blows it down the road and then somebody hits it, or it gets struck by lightning and it catches fire, the insurance company would only make us whole again with they'd only make us whole again with a brand new used cargo trailer. They wouldn't help us out with the windows and the insulation or any of the other stuff that we would have done to that stage. They will insure it as an RV, but only when it actually can be qualified as an RV, both to their standards and where it's registered at. So, since it's a trailer, I don't, from what I understand, talking with the government employees, it's fine anyway to be an RV trailer. But if we were to look at something self-propelled, for instance, it would need to fully qualify with them as well as meet the insurance company's requirements. So we could cut the windows in it, but then we'd also have to have the toilet, the electrical, the heating. I think cooling could just be a simple fan. So we could still make the videos in serial one at a time. But what we wanted to do was, all right, let's save for the windows. Okay, there's the windows. Here's the windows. All right, now we're going to cut the hole in the wall. Okay, cut the hole in the wall. Put the windows in. There's a video. Then, all right, let's save a little bit more. Okay, now we can afford to get it spray foamed. All right, here's the insulation. Here's why spray foam. Here's why insulation is important, blah, blah, blah. But that's going to take several months. Especially because my school, my financial aid ran out. So I'm now paying for that out of pocket. So that means that the extra money that I was going to use to buy parts, it got a lot smaller. So like instead of, one part a month, one part every paycheck, whatever the case may be, except for like the big ones like solar and batteries, it would take several paychecks to get them unless I found some like used steals of deals. So instead of doing that, I mean, I guess I could still buy the parts, but we couldn't start until we had enough to just power through and call it hey, this qualifies for your minimum standard for an RV. And then if we went for just for the minimum, we would then have to re-up. Say, all right, yeah, we said it was a $6,000 trailer on top of the actual cost of the trailer, um, because it was this. But now we finished it, and it's got solar, batteries, refrigerator, washing machine, dishwasher. So now it's really here. Uh, it should still work, but it will definitely scare the crap out of them when I say, "Oh yeah, this was a $6,000 trailer. Now it's a $50,000 trailer," or whatever the actual numbers come out to be. So that is where we are. We're not stopped, but we're not making as much forward progress as I had hoped, because we had already got the quote on the windows. Remember, I said it was like shopping at Costco. Like you go in for something simple, and then all of a sudden you're buying $1,000 of glass for just 2 windows. Um, let's see the comments here. HV Nomads. Yep, hvnomads.com. You can see everything to date on that. I've been kind of talking about it here in the show, but that's what that is. Or the combustible, yeah, or the combustible toilet lights while going down the road. So that's another concern right there. Is thankfully the combustion toilet is electric in nature. The three manufacturers I've looked at, they all offer propane and electric. One requires 240 volt, which I don't think is actually an issue for us, because if we're gonna have all that solar up top, making 240 volts should be a non-issue. In fact, this battery pack next to me that I don't even really use, um, it's got 120 and 240. It's got either a 20 amp or a 30 amp 240 volt outlet, and in a single unit. So I don't think making the electricity would be a problem for them. That they said it's like either 1.5, 1.8, 2 kilowatt hours, either per flush or per day. If it's per flush, that's gonna need more solar than I anticipated. But if it's per day, then we can handle that. But most of them have the option to only flush, um, not flush, but only combust on a cycle, or you can say, hey, this one was solids, go ahead and light them up. These were liquids, wait until later, or just go warm to get the water out, and then you can light them up when there's a solid cycle, and then just do one at the end of every day, or something to that effect. So I'm not sure if I want to like speed run it. Like we would still need to get the windows and the installation, but we wouldn't need the solar or any of that stuff. I'm wondering if we just go for the bare minimum. Like, hey, you said it needs a bed, waste facility, water, and cooking. So then get a bucket with a toilet lid and a bag and say, yeah, it's got a toilet. We're not going to use that; it's gross. But say it's got it. Um, just malicious compliance almost, or just toe in the line. Air mattress, so it's got a place to sleep. A microwave, so it's got a place to cook. Again, one of these batteries, so that it's got an electric source, and then you can put a plug for that battery, just run it out the door, because we're not going to use it that way. In fact, we're not going to use one of these portable solar generator batteries because it's not enough capacity. We're going to use a proper solar system. Um, the heating, we can just use a space heater. The only question I have then is, are they going to say, well, that's just sitting in there? That's not it's not permanently mounted. So then I was thinking, if that's a requirement, L brackets, tie the heater and the microwave and the battery to the wall. They can't move in the cargo trailer. We still got some more unloading to do on it too, before we start taking the walls off of it. But again, at this point, if we take the walls out and then let them sit for months, they are made of wood, so they will breathe and moisture will happen. So I don't know about that part. But yeah, so back to this minimum feature. Then we could. I'm wondering if it's what do you guys think? Is that worth just like minimuming it all the way and then calling the insurance company up saying, "Hey, we got it. Here's a picture of this mess." um, I mean, I don't know that my family would be comfortable in it. Just plywood walls and an air mattress and I would probably replace the bucket with something like a portable camp toilet or something, and a shower curtain. So there's a little privacy, but should we try it that way? Because the other question then is, yes, it would meet their minimum requirements, and if I keep telling them as the stuff that is completed and renovated and upgraded is to date, they can't say that I was not being truthful with them. But would racing the bare minimums like that put me in some kind of bucket where bucket like the fake toilet? Would it put me in some sort of position where um, I do the upgrade and send in the required proofs and everything, where they then say that I wasn't being genuine with them, or they find other ways to pick at it and say, "Oh yeah, no, we took your premiums because we wanted the money, but we had no intention of insuring you because you're a weirdo." Let's see. Uh, that sounds like a great battery pack. I'm still talking myself into upgrading past a River 2 so I can bring a microwave, just running the fridge and laptop now. Comfortable is the point. Yeah, and so we've got an EcoFlow Wave 2. We can put that in there. So we would actually have real air conditioner. And it's a heater, so I guess we don't even need to worry about the space heater because I think my wife sold all the space heaters. We a couple years ago we did a Amazon pallet, and it had like a whole mess of space heaters, and she sold them at a decent price in the middle of summer. They look like fans. I don't know if that was why. Um, so we've got the Wave 2. So we've got a heat pump, basically a portable heat pump. So we've got the heater and the air conditioner. It is just barely undersized for the trailer. I think it's rated for 107 cubic feet or square feet. It's gotta be square feet. And the trailer is like 120 with no insulation. Uh, but like I said, the hard part about even if I do the minimums, getting the windows is going to be a grand, and then getting the spray foam, I'm expecting it to be anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000. I have not called for quotes because I didn't want anybody blowing my phone up. You ready yet? You ready yet? You ready yet? Um, the amount of insulation we want to do is enough that should we find ourselves in Canadian weather, say we're too late in the spring or too early in the spring or too late in the fall up some mountain in California, and we get caught. Uh, I want it to be able to be comfortable in Canada weather. Not that we intend to be in Canada, but um, so that kind of raises the price on an installation job. It's also why we couldn't go with the XPS foam sheets that we had planned to do. Um, excuse me, we could still do them, but then to get them to the right level of insulation not only would be hella expensive compared to to the point where it's like, why didn't you just get it sprayed? It also would be to the point where I would not be able to stand up in the in the inside, and that's not comfortable. But if we do spray foam, uh, I think what is it, 3.5 to 4 inches, still takes up a considerable amount of room. Doing that on all the sides, it's not all that heavy. It's like 200 pounds, but that then restores it because it's got a 7 foot height. So that would allow me to stand up tall, even with 4 inches off the floor and 4 inches off the ceiling. And then the 4 inches off the side would, it's not that big a deal because it's 7'5" instead of 7 foot. So there'd still be room to do this wingspan thing. Yeah, so that's where we were on that. And then the thing that I was talking about last week or the week before, I said there's something possible that, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. Was at this point, I decided I'm probably not going to do it. There was a EV box truck. It was converted by it's a high no. So it's like, think of the Isuzu lawn trucks where it's got the short stubby cab that flips up so you can work on the engine underneath the cab and then flip the cab back down. It was really cool. It was 20 feet, or it was. It's still there. I haven't called them back on it or anything. I did get the insurance information on that too. 20 feet long by I think 8 feet wide, 7 foot 3 inches tall. So even more space for the insulation. 220-mile range is what they stated. CCS charging, 50 grand. So it was the lowest EV commercial anything I've seen yet. Because there was a school bus I saw that was still $180,000 used, and it didn't even have CCS. It was just AC charging only. And what I was thinking about with that uh, was that we wouldn't have to worry about towing. We could just do our thing, and it was already an EV, and so it could charge itself. But one that's taking on another auto loan, and we have paid off the Tesla, so I don't really want to get back into that while paying school. School's expensive, and with the truck, I thought it'd be kind of cool, but then it would not fit in some of the places that the Model X and trailer separate fit in. And then you're back to CCS as everybody else is switching to NACS J3400. Um, I don't know. Even e-transits don't go that low yet. I thought, yeah, that's the other part. We did take a test drive of the e-transit. The thing that really messed me up with that one on the test drive, it was raining. It was a big vehicle. It only had 2 seats, but he said that there's a option kit where we can order um, the bench seat. And I liked what Kyle demonstrated on his video. The thing I didn't like about it was the creep was so fast. So I took my foot off the brake, and it was just like my Honda Civic when it was had a cold idle. It would get up like 20 miles an hour idle, and this wasn't that fast. But when you're coming from a car that doesn't creep, because I turned that crap off, it was too fast. I'd be fine with like a 1 to 3 mile an hour creep, but it was not trying to do that. The problem with the van, aside from being more expensive than this truck, was that they have those like slope sides, and we're not going to be full timing in it, but we will be taking long trips in it because we don't want to keep rubber banding back to wherever home base happens to be. We want to be able to, all right, so we're going to leave from this state and we're going to go down the south all the way over to California. Okay, great. It's not cold yet. All right, let's go all the way up the north to Maine. Okay, great. Now where are we going next? And so those long duration trips uh, would require we have more water, which is going to be hard with the Model X as a tow vehicle. The trailer is fine; it can hold 7,000 pounds, but the X can only hold 5,000 pounds. Then you've got the solar, the batteries. Uh, Water was kind of our biggest one right there because with the Model X, after converting it with the estimates, which rough estimates, um, we'd be sitting at probably like 4,900 pounds with all of our kind of bare minimums, and then not filling the water all the way, like filling the water maybe to 20, 30 gallons, not even 30 gallons, like maybe 20 gallons. And the washing machine burns 10 gallons on its own. But those would still be like 100-gallon tanks. They just wouldn't be full because of the weight. And then the other part of it was with Model X towing, if we had to go somewhere, like somebody said, hey, there's a birth or a death or whatever, uh, say we're in California, it took us 12 hours to get back from North Carolina to Charleston. That would be quite a stressful trip because I'm the only driver and having to stop every 100 miles for an hour or so. It's not literally an hour, but well, if you don't need to get to 95%, it's not literally an hour. But if you have to get to 95%, it's an hour. It's just very stressful doing that with Model X. I think it would be fine with Cybertruck, but that's the reason I haven't done my Foundation Series invite. It's because then you're looking at 100 grand. I'm not ready for that yet. So uh, I really want that e-Sprinter to turn into a camper. I'm gonna have to be after my Model Y performance mortgage. Yeah, it's we stood in it. It's quite spacious. It's the longest, tallest that they offer, and it's got a decent payload. Not as high as I would like, but again, you don't need as many batteries if they have a DC to DC that you can tap into with the eSprinter. So we just weren't really feeling that part. with the eSprinter, just because it was a higher price. And we, still have a little bit of trouble parking it. Not as bad as a truck, but if I were to do the Sprinter, I'd want the cutaway Sprinter with that battery and motor, and then the 16-foot box on the back, because I think that would be, square size, more volume, more width. Instead of like 6 and change feet wide, you'd then have 8 feet. Really want the eSprinter turned to camper. Wait, towing the Model X that has lifetime charging. Now I'm saying, yeah, exactly. The only mistake I made was not realizing how much taller the trailer was than the car, and what effect that would have on the aerodynamics. So it's not hard to tow, and it's not any sort of annoying or anything like that if you don't have a destination and a deadline. If you have a destination, you're fine. If you have a deadline with the rig, that's not going to work unless it's on the other side of town. But that's why I was like, this is going to be perfect. We're going to go do this for free, and Elon will pay for it. So right now we're still pushing on that. I gotta save up for the windows and the insulation at a minimum, and then I guess I think I might already have a Home Depot Lowe's bucket, and I've got a spare toilet seat because when we came back into this place after the tenant left, we put our bidet in it and took the worst looking of the two toilet seats and just put it in the back of a cabinet, so we could put that on a bucket for the thing, and then later on just buy a camp toilet before we hit the road. I don't know. I think that the minimums thing could do the trick. And then if we start doing the sticker sales, you guys can put your sticker on the side of the camper. If for some reason we switch to another vehicle and you've already got a sticker on it, we'll move your sticker to the next vehicle. No extra charge. I think that's the only way we're going to get this done with any sort of speed is with that program. But I'm kind of thinking, when do I make that standalone video saying, hey, here's the project, here's what we're doing, and then we wait months before the first thing happens, or uh, do we just kind of tell you guys about it, and then when we're ready to cut the first hole in it for the windows, say, hey, here's the project, here's what we're doing, blah blah blah. The reason I'm kind of leaning towards doing the standalone video is that gets the project out there, it gets the exposure, and then maybe somebody would be interested in either personally buying stickers or getting the stickers or any other kind of sponsorship for their company. Like, hey, we make solar batteries. Let's use us instead of any of the other things you might have considered. Or here's our solar panel. It fits nicely on there. You can fit the whole roof full of solar panels. And assuming it's enough output, yeah, do that. Uh, I don't know. It's kind of where I'm at right now, like within the number of different options. The other thing I looked at, and I don't know that it's terribly feasible for me because I don't have a heavy duty shop, but doing a conversion of something out there that's cheap, like an existing large vehicle, drop the diesel engine, put in the batteries, put in an electric motor, and call it a day. That one, I guess we'd have to find somebody with a shop and space, and then we'd order the batteries, order the motor, order the vehicle. Well, not order buy the vehicle, bring it in, or tow it in. Then it gets rid of the whole question of like the e-sprinter is ridiculously expensive. The school buses are, if you get new school buses, you're looking at depending on where they're planning to put it, up to $2 million, and I don't have $2 million to buy a bus. And if you're looking at some of these box trucks, like the TFL EV did one was class 6, class 7 truck. Uh, the price on that one is like 234 with no options, probably the small battery. And they also want you to buy a DC fast charger from them to install on the spot. Uh, one, I don't have the electrical supply for a DC fast charger. Two, I don't want your DC fast charger. I'm going to use the ones on the road. And three, I've got a sufficient AC charger for what we might need or want. Um, let's see. Living in it, eh? Man, what's the deadline? You could always drop and store it if you have to sprint somewhere. That's a good point too. So if somebody got sick or some other timely event, like maybe work said we need you here at this place for this once in a while thing, uh, be there by the 6th, and then just drive the X there, rent a hotel. I guess we could do that, or if it's really short, just fly there. I really don't like the idea of just needless flights for myself because I've got a free electric car to drive around. Yeah, I guess that's not as much of an issue. The uh, the last minute trips. The hardest part about a last minute trip, if we leave it somewhere, is that then we have to go back to it with the car, unless we flew out to go get it. Or I guess if whatever it is that called us in to wherever in the country at the last minute, we could then hire a service to tow it back to wherever we want it to be at to continue. Yeah, I guess not really that much has changed, other than that I'm going to be going slower at it than I intended for the self uh, pay, do it one piece at a time part, and that the reason I'm going slower is because of the school situation, but then also that I would have to have it fully ready to at least meet the minimum standards before we could change the insurance over. So I could buy the windows and then let them sit. I could, and like I said, to meet the bare minimums, we've already got almost everything else. We've got the air mattress, we've got a bucket, but again, I'd want to buy a camp toilet. I don't even know how much this costs. Let's go to Amazon and check. Just a cassette toilet. I realize I could probably get it cheaper somewhere else, but it's going to give me an idea of what it might be. We got the air mattress. We won't have the windows. The insulation will need to be done because it needs to go with the windows, and so that we can put an interior back in it. The heating and cooling we can do with the heat pump. Amazon is not loading on this page; it's just spinning. Uh, it wouldn't actually have any solar in that point, but we could always do the portable panels to go with that portable solar generator. So it would have electrical, it would have heat and AC, a decent amount of electricity. We need some chairs and a countertop. The microwave again, just put a microwave in there. Guess we could do something for the counter that would be something that would stay in there, so we're not wasting a piece of wood or metal or whatever. The surface. I mean, meeting the minimums is not ethically wrong to me, as long as they know as I've fixed it up to the higher levels. Because I think that would be their fear, is that either A, I'd pull all that stuff out and then start hauling by the load, whatever the Uber version of that is called, or also that that's probably their biggest fear, is that it would be used for commercial. And then the next fear of theirs would be that since it would have that high level of jank about it. Let's see, camp toilet. I'm going to call it that instead of cassette or anything else, because then we can just see what they offer. They got a box. It looks like my hose reel box. They've got their own version of a bucket. It's collapsible. I know these have prices on them yet. That's weird. All right, so on the first scroll, we're looking at the bucket's not the collapsible bucket won't work. The 75 to 109 for the ones that don't look like you're trying to scam them. They've got what looks like the assist chair for the elderly folks to shower with, but it's got a hole in it instead of being that kind of chair. So I guess you supply your own bucket. That's $39. what looks exactly like my Lowe's bucket with a lid for $29.32. I could just buy a lid or 3D print a lid at that point, if that's acceptable. Or like I said, I've got a toilet seat already. I think that's not unfeasible. So at that point, then what I need to do is put together a budget for the bare minimum, plus the windows treatments and the insulation, and then we save to that. I guess we could still make a video introducing that, explaining what we're doing and why. Hope an insurance company doesn't get me flagged as oh, he's trying to scam you. Not that I am, but somebody might report it that way, and depending on who's more charismatic, their customer for a decade or so, or this random stranger telling them bad things about me. I don't know. Let me rework this. I'll figure out how much it costs to do a bare minimum. Not tonight because I've got homework to do. Do a bare minimum because it'll be the same for this and any other vehicle. And then we'll just we got a search running to see about other EVs just for that being able to travel faster situation. Not like speed wise, because the Model X can pull that thing at 80, well, not 80 miles an hour, whatever those tires are rated for. I can pull it at that speed, but we can only go 55. If we want to make it from one supercharger to the next, we can only go 55. I guess if we're going downhill, or if there's a tailwind, we can go faster than that. Or if it's a good part of the network, we can also do that. Let's see, the multi-stream chat says an emoji on Twitch. Thank you, Mr. Telfix. Yeah, so I will update that. You guys keep an eye on my X and on the hvnomads.com website. Kind of scenario it out. I'll probably put a couple polls up, or at least just here's what we're working on, what he thinks. And then once we've got more of a feel for what's going on, then we'll go ahead and make the intro video, start the saving to the bare minimum to do the all at once, meet the requirements for the trailer, just for the insurance, or for another vehicle, also for the state registrations. The state one's gonna suck because you have to weigh it, and then if you continue to change it, I think you gotta reweigh it. And that's gonna come with another fee to retitle it again. I don't know. That part won't be the biggest expense, the paperwork. And then we'll do that would work for both the trailer and the other thing. And then as we get closer to being able to have the get a quote for the trailer, the installation. And as we get closer to being able to do the installation and the windows, and then make sure whatever we're missing from the jankiness of the bare minimum, add all that up. And as we get closer to the number, then before we order the windows, say, uh, keep the trailer as what we're going to do it with, or consider something like that box truck, or maybe an EV bus with CCS comes up, or something that's not $250,000. That's what it was used. New, like I said, was 2 million. That's not in the picture. Otherwise, this would have already been done. Kind of keep an eye out for how it could any different permutations. One thing we saw from a van life couple is that they had a trailer like ours, and that was the workshop. That was his work from home desk. That was his actual workshop where he did woodwork and pipe work, and then they lived in the van. So with the Mercedes, for instance, that could be considered. But the thing with that trailer and the Mercedes is, while it's not bigger than the Mercedes to the point where it's going to destroy the aerodynamics, they can only tow around 4,000 pounds, and they only can handle about 400 pounds hitch weight. So there's lots of room for activities, but there's not a lot of room to haul stuff. Empty, it weighs 1,900 pounds, so that's 190 pounds on the hitch, and then that leaves. It won't need water if it's an office. That only leaves roughly 2,000 pounds for loadout. But even if it's an office, it's going to need to have its own solar, its own batteries, because to have a whole separate room with air conditioning, that's what's really going to get you right there. The air conditioning and heat. It needs to have its own solar array, own batteries. Otherwise, it will take from the tow vehicle. If we did the Mercedes, if something came up like, hey, the 2025 has got an axe, and they lower the price to something not astronomical, they build it right around the corner from where this building is, which is really cool. But now I'm starting to ramble. So I want to thank all of you for your time today. You've been here a very long time. And I want to thank our channel members for your continued support of keeping the software and services up for the channel. And like I said, anybody who wants to donate directly to HV Nomads, go there, call me up, do Patreon, shoot me a PayPal, whatever. Uh, we'll appreciate every little bit of that, and it will help speed this up. You want to buy a sticker, same thing, either get a hold of me or go to the site and put your sticker on there. And like I said, if we change vehicles for some reason, I'll eat the cost of getting you a new sticker to put it where it belongs on the new vehicle. And like I said, thank you for your time today. Thank everybody, and we will catch you on the flip side. Thank you, Mr. All Electric Car, Lucy. Appreciate it.